Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some horrifying Reddit horror stories. You guys have been asking for more Reddit horror stories for a while now, so here you go. This video will also be super long since you guys seem to enjoy those, so comment down below if you'd like to see more long videos in the future. And these stories we're getting into today are terrifying, weird, and like the title says, horrifying, so you'll want to stick around. I appreciate you stopping by. It means the world. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Spotify, follow me on Instagram, all that stuff. And yeah, this video, like I said, will be long enough already. So without further ado, let's get into some horrifying Reddit horror stories. There's something seriously wrong with my family's new home. I knew something was off the moment I saw the place. It turned out to be worse than I could have possibly imagined. I first laid eyes on the house after my parents had closed the deal. We'd been driving through a fancy neighborhood that our rusty Honda CR-V felt out of place in. After a final turn, the house appeared at the end of a lane, far enough away from the other homes to feel somehow separate from the rest of the community. It was tall and old, yet well kept, earning a vintage boldness that I appreciated. Nestled into an evergreen wood, it seemed like the last bit of civilization before a wilderness that stretched ever on. "That is our new house?" I gasped, leaning forward to poke my head between the front seats. Taken by the majesty of it, I paid little mind to the locals who stared at us as we passed. My dad chuckled heartily. "It is, Ari." How? I was only 17, but old enough to know that we couldn't have afforded such a place. "It was a steal," my mom chirped, glancing at my father. "We got so lucky. It's been how long, dear, that we've been house hunting?" 2 years, my dad sighed. "Well, patience does pay off," my mom went on, gesturing at the house. "Wait long enough and search hard enough and you might just strike gold. Smelly gold, that is," added my dad with another chortle. I nodded absently, gawping at the building. I didn't need any better explanation. I was in no position to complain. That monument at the end of the lane was to be my new home. "I want my own room," exclaimed my younger sister, Lena. My younger brother, Kai, pouted a little at that. She was 8 and he was 4. They've been sharing a room since Kai was old enough to be away from our parents. "You'll have just that, honey," answered my mom. Lina squealed in excitement, grinning ear to ear. She couldn't have known that she'd soon come to regret this, and never wish to sleep alone again in her life. Things were fine for the first few days, as you'd expect. The interior of the house was as old and proud as its exterior, and twice as spacious as our former place. It was smelly though, as my dad had mentioned. The sour reek that seemed to permeate the place was the main reason we got such a discount, my mom explained. Our dogs, Chiefy and Miss Bear, loved it, even with their extra sensitive nose. They were running up and down the halls, barking all day long, unbothered by the stink. They left plenty of dirt on the floors, drawing complaints from my parents. It was unsettling when the dogs growled at the house come nighttime, but that was easily explained as the old building moaned and creaked plenty when the winds of the wilderness pushed against it. The doggos would need a week to adjust. That was all. The first thing that really rubbed me wrong was the way Kai was talking to himself in his room. My brother and sister were in their bedrooms on either side of my own, and it was easy enough to hear them through the old woodwork. Lina was singing along to the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack on one side. That was nothing new. But on the other side, my typically quiet little brother was mumbling, and I couldn't hear anyone else with him. I didn't think much of it at first, but this behavior continued, and he'd even be talking to himself around the house. My mom was the one to confront him about it. "Hi, sweetie. What are you saying? Are you talking to yourself?" Kai looked up at her, confused. "No, Mommy. I'm talking to my friend." "Oh, creepy," I thought, smirking a little. My mother shot a strange glance at my dad, one that meant more than I could have known, then turned back to Kai. "Well, who's your friend, Kai?" He shrugged, eyes fixed on the toy blocks he was stacking on the carpet. "I don't know." My parents whispered to one another for a while after this, deliberating, and seemed to ultimately decide that it was okay for a boy of 4 to have an imaginary friend. Fair enough, I supposed, and we carried on. A week passed, then 2, and still the dogs would not settle when it came to the house's creaking. They would growl and even bark far too often throughout the night. What really got to me was the time Miss Bear was sleeping at the foot of my bed and started growling, seemingly at nothing. I couldn't hear any creaking. It wasn't a windy night, but she was growling at the wall of my room, the one shared with Kai. "Enough," I hissed. Miss Bear looked at me for a moment, then back at the wall, and let out a sharp bark. I opened my mouth to protest, but abruptly she yelped, backing away, tail between her legs. Her sudden fear shot my own feeling of, ew, creepy, right up to, oh fuck, oh god, oh hell no. "What is it, girl?" I whispered. Miss Bear hackles were raised, her tail still between her legs. She maintained a low growl, then all at once, she shot out of my room, veering towards Kai's door. I jumped out of bed and followed her into my brother's room. Kai was awake. He was sitting on his bed, facing our shared wall. "It's okay," he said to her dog. "It was just my friend." I looked from Kai to the dogs. Chiefy had come as well to see what the fuss was about, then threw my hands up and left. It was okay for a boy of 4 to have an imaginary friend, right? The next day, on a whim, I took a closer look at the wall my brother and I shared. I swung the curtains open to let in the daylight, then ran my hand over the wooden planks and the ivory paint that covered them. I couldn't sense anything off. There were a couple of paintings hanging on the wall, a dresser pushed up against it, and an air intake vent at its base. Unsatisfied, I decided to lay my shoulder into the dresser and push it away from the wall. The cool draft from the air vent caused goosebumps to break out on my legs as I peered behind the dresser. It was subtle, but at the bottom of the wall, just above the baseboards, there was a stain. It was old and brown, but might have once been red. The stain ran down the walls in revolts, as if a thick liquid had splattered there and dribbled down. Scrunching my nose in disgust, I took a quick sniff. The same sourness that the house was notorious for filled my nostrils, but nothing else. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Like I said, the stain was old. It was probably nothing. With an aggravated huff, I shoved the dresser back in place and got on with my day. Later that day, I was in the living room with Lena, who was unusually quiet. My mom was complaining to my dad that we were out of groceries again, and that she was going to run to the store. She asked Lena if she wanted to join her, and to both me and my mom's surprise, Lena said no. Once my mom had gone, I asked my little sister what was up. "You always go with Mom. Is everything okay?" She shrugged, but didn't answer. "Hey, Lena," I pressed. "What's up? You can talk to me." She slowly looked at me and said, "This house is scary." Frowning, I asked her to elaborate. For a time, she considered how to explain. Finally, she said, "It feels like we aren't the only ones living here." I explained to her that this wasn't true, and that we just weren't used to living in such a large and old home. She didn't seem all that convinced, and why should she have? The place was damned creepy. The incessant creaking and moaning, the stink, the dogs always growling, Kai's awful imaginary friend, strange stains on the wall. Hell, even the way the neighbors always stared at us was weird. That night, I woke to one of our dogs sniffing my feet. This obnoxious new habit woke me up as often as the growling. I assumed it was to do with the smell of the fireplace. It probably clung to my feet as I walked around during the day. And the dogs are infamous for sniffing, licking, and even eating anything that smells funky. I pushed the dog back with my heel and grumbled, "Stop, go." The dog, which I assumed was Chiefy by the heavy footfalls, obeyed and left. I was halfway sunken back into sleep when Lena's shrill shriek sent my heart into my throat. I scrambled out of bed, terrified that my sister had badly hurt herself somehow. This wasn't a little scream. It was the type of scream that you told you something was really wrong. I was the first to enter her room, though. I could hear my parents bumping around down the hall. "Lina," I cried. "Are you okay?" She was sitting up on her bed, back against the wall. The blanket scrunched up to her eyes, and how bright those wide, petrified eyes were, even in the dark. Lina whimpered something unintelligible. I stepped closer, noticing that she wasn't really looking at me, but beyond me, at the corner of her room. She whispered, Someone's behind you." I could hear my parents stumbling out from the room. They weren't here yet. I was petrified, nearly unable to move. Lina kept staring past me, her eyes glistening in the gloom. Slowly, I turned around. In the darkness that dominated that corner of the room, I thought I saw the figure of... I'm not sure what. To this day, I'm not sure if I really saw anything or if I just imagined it. But I think it was a woman or a girl, wearing no clothes and bloodstained, faceless but for the shine of two piercing irises. I screamed. Lina joined me. My father snapped the light on as he stepped into Lina's room. The darkness was gone, and with it the figure. "What the hell happened?" he bellowed. In tandem, Lina and I pointed at the corner. My sister mumbled, There was someone in the corner." I finished for her, my arm trembling. As unsure as I am in hindsight of what I saw, in that moment I was not. I was mortified. As someone who had never believed in the supernatural, I found myself feeling differently all at once. My father frowned at the corner, which was unoccupied. It was entirely normal, except I noticed it then. Old stains similar to those behind my dresser, low on the wall. By then, my mom had joined us, and the look she shared with my dad sent ice down my spine. Somehow, the expression on her face scared me more than even the thing I had maybe seen in the shadows. "There's nothing," my dad announced after a moment. "Tyson, dear," my mom said. My dad held up a hand, as if to say, "Don't." He turned back to my sister and I. "Girls, it's normal to get spooked in a new house like this. Happens to your mother and me, too. But don't let it get to you. You hear? It's just an old house. It'll take some getting used to." He gestured at the dogs, who had hurried in at some point amid the confusion. "Even these two get spooked here and there. It's normal." We spoke a little longer, until Lina and I had calmed down a little, then decided to go back to bed. Lina asked if she could sleep in my room. I said yes, more for myself than for her. She joined me on my bed and quickly drifted off, assured by her big sister's presence. I lay there for a while, wondering how it was that Kai hadn't woken from the earlier screaming. Then, just as I fell asleep, I thought I heard my brother in the other room, speaking to his imaginary friend. The next day, we all carried on as though nothing had happened the prior night. Though there was a tension in the way we moved through the house and spoke to each other, Lina was the worst of us in this regard. She spoke very little and, more concerningly, did not play or sing along to her K-pop soundtrack a single time. I was in the midst of mopping the floor. The dogs had gotten it dirt-stained again. When the false normalcy of the day broke, Kai approached my mother in the kitchen as she was chopping vegetables. My dad had just returned from the store with 2 bags of groceries and was orbiting my mom as he unloaded them. Kai softly said, "Mom?" "Yes, hon, what is it?" "Can we go back to our old house?" My dad ceased his motion, facing away but listening keenly. I did the same, pausing with the mop pushed halfway across the landing. Mom looked worriedly at Kai. "Why do you want to go back, sweetie?" I don't want to talk to him anymore," whispered Kai. A horror passed over my mother's features. It was the same expression that had shaken me the night before. My father placed his hands on the countertop, bowing his head and letting out a long, grisly sigh. "Shit," he muttered. "Tyson," my mom murmured. "We ought to discuss this with Ari at least. She's old enough. She's ought to have a say." I dropped the mop with a clatter and rushed into the kitchen. "Have a say about what?" I demanded. "Damn it," my dad said. "Kai, buddy, go watch a show with Lina, will you?" "But," Kai started. "I'll answer your question soon, bud, I promise. For now, go join Lina." Somberly, my little brother obeyed. A moment later, the raucous sound of SpongeBob SquarePants carried down the hall. I looked at my parents and crossed my arms. "Ari, love," my dad started. "We weren't totally honest with you when we first moved in." I frowned, waiting. My mom said, "The smell isn't the only reason why we were able to afford this house." She spoke as if the words hurt to say. "What other reason?" I asked impatiently. Dad sighed again. Something happened to the family who used to live here. Something awful." That image of the bloodstained girl in the corner flashed through my mind. I hugged myself, feeling the sting of tears at the back of my eyes. I'll be blunt, my dad continued, because there's no better way to say this. The family who last lived here, they died. They were killed. Right here in this house. I lifted a hand to my mouth. The tears were here now, their warmth running down my cheeks. Tyson, tell her the whole thing, Mom insisted. Damn it, fine. My dad looked me square in the eyes. The father of that family, he was the one who killed him. After which he committed S-word. I sank into one of the dining chairs, shaking. I thought of the brown stains on the wall, how they looked like they had been once crimson. And you bought this house anyway, I cried. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, dear, my mother said. Then she added, though perhaps it was a mistake. No, rebuked my father. There's nothing wrong with this house. It's a little creepy, a little creaky, but that's it. Living here's still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And that was the end of it. For the moment, at least, my dad refused to entertain the notion that our wonderful new home was haunted, and honestly, I wasn't quite there yet myself. Again, I'd never believed in that sort of thing, and the girl I thought I saw, I could have imagined it. My sister told me there was someone there. When you look into the dark, often you'll just see what you're expecting, or worse, what you're fearing. That doesn't make it real. So we carried on. Kai was told to ignore his imaginary friend. Lina needed a few days, but eventually, she got back to her K-pop demon hunter's obsession. The dogs even settled down somewhat. Nothing else would happen for a while that suggested our house was haunted. And I tried my damnedest not to dwell on the fact that a family had been murdered within my home's walls. At least I finally understood why the neighbors gawked at us so much. What sort of family would want to live here? They were surely thinking. The peace we maintained for a while was broken by my brother's crying one day. Despite Kai's age, he was not one to cry easily. So when I heard him weeping, I set my textbook and notes aside and went to check on him. I knocked gently and opened his door. He was sitting on the floor in the middle of his room with his legs crossed, crying into his palms. Hiya, Kai, I said, approaching him and kneeling. What's wrong? Did something happen? Kai's lower lip quivered as he spoke. He came back. My stomach sank. Who came back? My friend, he started, but hesitated. The scary man. I thought he was your friend, I asked, as confused as I was frightened. No, Kai whimpered. He's bad. I looked warily around the room. Swallowing, I asked my brother, where did you see this man? Hand shaking, Kai pointed at our shared wall, and I quivered as I looked at it. It was much like my side. There was a small desk pushed up against the surface of wooden planks painted ivory white. A couple paintings hung onto it, and an air vent was built into its base. There was no brown staining that I could see here, though, mercifully. I sighed as I hugged my little brother. It'll be okay, I fumbled. Unsurprisingly, Kai did not seem assured. I tried again. Hey, do you want to sleep with me tonight? His eyes lit up. Really? Yes, really, I answered with a smile. I hadn't invited him into my room much in the past couple of years, and seeing how much it meant to him warmed me and made me feel a little bad. That night, he pranced into my room, pillow clutched in his arm. Close the door, I told him with a smirk, or Chiefy is going to be licking our feet tonight. We got cozy in bed and I read him a bit of his book he loved about a boy and a dragon. Once we were done with that, I asked him if he wanted to tell me anything about his former friend, the so-called scary man. He pouted and shook his head. Fair enough, I thought, regretting that I'd even asked. I shifted the subject to one of his favorite shows, earning back his precious smile. We spoke for a while about similar things that brought him comfort, and eventually, he dozed off. After tucking him in, and I got back to studying for another hour, and then turned off the bedside lamp and went to sleep. It was a few hours into the night when one of the dogs started sniffing my foot. I was mildly aware of that in this state of half sleep and tried to ignore it. Then the hound started licking, making it impossible to shrug off. Stop, I moaned. nearly letting out an involuntary giggle at the tickle of the tongue on my sole foot. "Cut it out. Go." The dog listened, panting for a moment longer, then stepping away. I was starting to drift back to sleep when I remembered that I had asked Kai to close the door earlier, specifically so the dogs wouldn't get in. Abruptly, I sat up. My heart quickened as I turned to look at the door. It was closed. I swung off the bed, taking care not to wake Kai, and whispered, "Chiefy? Miss Bear? Are you in here?" There was no response. There was no dog. I stood in the middle of my room, heart hammering, unsure what to do or think. I lifted my foot and felt it. It was damp. But then I was sweating. Surely that's all it was. A little sweat on my foot. The sniffing and licking was it was a weird dream, that's all. I'm too old to be getting spooked like this, I told myself, frustrated. I got back into bed with a huff and tried to get back to sleep. It took some time, and as I lay there, I thought I saw a figure standing in the shadows past the foot of my bed. A bloodstained girl, perhaps? I'm too old for this, I repeated, exhausted and frustrated. Stop imagining things, Ari. I turned away and closed my eyes. The following days were normal, thankfully. Kai went back to sleeping in his room and didn't have any more visits from the scary man. I didn't have any more creepy foot dreams, and as for the aberrations I continued to see in the shadows of the house, well, once I smartened up and saw them for what they were, figments of my childish imagination, they bothered me less. Life carried on. A few normal days turned to weeks. In the surety of that routine, I couldn't have known that the worst of my family's ordeal was yet to come. I couldn't have fathomed just how dark this home's secrets truly were. The turning point arrived during one of my daily walks. Chiefy and Miss Bear were pulling on their leashes like usual, propelling me down the street, when I caught one of the neighbors staring at me. He was out by his mailbox, closer than I'd ever caught any of them. They usually stared from their windows and porches. The calm weeks had made me confident in my family's choice to purchase the house, and so I let my anger get the better of me as I glared back at this man. "Excuse me, sir," I called. He glanced at me the way a child would look at a ghost. "Yes? You and others in your home are always staring at us. It's rude and exhausting. What is your deal?" He fidgeted with the letters he'd drawn from the mailbox. Well, he mumbled. Then, after a moment, he looked up, seeming to gather his resolve. "Call it rude, but we can't help but wonder what sort of folks would want to buy a house like that." The dogs were restless. "Sit," I commanded. "Sit and stay." As I met the man's gaze again, I said, "What sort of folks, you ask?" "The sort who aren't taken by superstition." I smiled inwardly, pleased with my delivery. The man made a face halfway between a frown and a grimace. "Superstition," he managed. "You do know what happened in that house, right?" I tilted my chin up and answered without hesitation. "The father killed his family. Horrible, no doubt about it, but not any reason to pass up on a once-in-a-lifetime deal, unless you're superstitious, that is." "The father?" whispered the man. His eyes widened and he looked over my shoulder at the house. "What?" I demanded. "You don't know?" he said under his breath, his worried gaze falling back onto me. "I don't know what?" Chiefy pushed his head into my leg. Miss Bear whined a little. The man explained. "There was a lot of confusion when that horrible thing happened to the family who lived there. The official reports claimed the whole family had died because that was the convenient conclusion for the investigators, but that was only a rotten bit of negligence and cowardice." He swallowed. "The truth is that the wife and the 2 children were butchered, and the father was never found." Thoughts laced in fear raced through my mind. My dogs continued to whine. "Bastard got away," continued the man. "No one knows where he went. All of us around here upped our security after, you can bet on that. Reinforced windows and doors, alarm systems, cameras, the whole suit. And then comes along a seemingly nice little family, eager to move into that godforsaken place. Imagine our shock." He shook his head. "Call it rude, miss, but you can't quite blame us for gawking, can you?" I licked my lips, which stung with dryness. Where did he go?" The man shrugged. Like I said, no one knows. Then he looked around as though he was expecting an ambush. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Sometimes, though, our cameras catch footage of what looks like a ragged man ambling around the shrouded dark of the neighborhood." "You've shown this to the police?" I asked. "Of course, we've done all we can to get the investigation reopened. It was a terrible thing those investigators did, but all our efforts fell on deaf ears." I glanced over my shoulder at the house. My parents had gone out for groceries again. Kai and Lina were home alone. I have to go," I cried and started running back home. Was the man lying? Were my parents the ones lying? I tried to make sense of it as I ran back, and slowly, in the depths of my intuition, a suspicion began to form. I burst through the front door, calling out for my siblings. They appeared a moment later, confused and a little scared. "Stay with me," I told them. "Stay close." I led them up to Kai's room and asked him to show me where the scary man had been. As he lifted his arm to point, nausea swept over me. He wasn't pointing at the wall. He was pointing at the vent. I should have called the police right then and taken my siblings over to the neighbor's place, but a delirious need to know took hold of me without me having much say in it. I lurched towards the vent and grabbed it by the sides. I pushed and pulled. It didn't budge. I pushed harder. Suddenly, a groan passed through the wall and the vent gave way. No, not only the vent, a square section of the wall went inward, about 3 feet wide and tall, with the vent at its base. Cobwebs and dust puffed out. What I thought was a solid wall separating my room and my brother's turned out to be a gap wide enough for someone to squeeze through. A sour reek wafted from the place. "Stay here," I told my siblings, and in my delirium, I crawled through the opening. Lina and Kai protested, but I waved them off. I shimmied along the space until I was behind the vent leading into my own room. I pushed hard, and as I expected, the wall gave way. Another crudely cut square opened to my room. Peering out from there, the first thing I saw was the foot of my bed, and I imagined my feet poking out from the edge as I slept. A sighing sound carried from the far end of the crawl space. I froze in place, listening. The sign was mixed with a sort of humming. "Huh," it went. "Huh." It grew louder, a slow, rolling noise. "Huh." Feeling as though my heart would burst from my chest, I slowly twisted my head. It was awfully dark at the far end of the gap. I squinted into the shadows until I could make out a solid vertical line in the dark, the end of the wall. A corner where the crawl space turned and continued out of view. The sound became more excited. "Huh." I leaned forward a bit, just a bit, narrowing my eyes, trying to make sense of what I saw. Half a face, peeking out from the corner. One bloodshot eye, pallid, withered skin, a twisting, unnatural grin of rotten teeth, a scraggly, bony hand clutching the wall. The creature that might have been a man started to laugh again. "Ho ho." I screeched as I threw myself back into Kai's room. It was such a scream that my throat would hurt for days to come. I grabbed my siblings' hands and ran downstairs. The ugly walls and furnishings of the house passed me by in a blur. That horrible laughing chased us all the way, and I swear I heard scurrying footsteps in our wake. We burst outside and ran straight to the neighbors. No creature followed us there that I could see. With the neighbor's phone, I called the police and then my parents. Within 20 minutes, our lane was crammed with emergency vehicles, dozens of lights flashing in the late afternoon dim. "We didn't know, Ari, I swear," insisted my father. "The realtor told us they all died." My family and I were standing huddled by our car, waiting anxiously as the authorities searched our house. "Well, they didn't," I snapped back. "I saw him." My mother covered her face with her hands. My father shook his head, cursing to himself. Sometime later, one of the policemen approached us wearing a grim expression. "Whoever your daughter saw," he said to my parents, "is gone. The house is empty. That said, your daughter definitely did see someone." My mom wailed. My dad just stared. "Follow me," the policeman said. "You'll want to see this." Mom stayed with the kids while my dad and I went back into the house. The cop led us into an opening on the main floor, much like the ones I discovered upstairs. The passages on the floor grew wider, danker, moist dirt, at least I hope it was dirt, squelched underfoot. and I finally understood why our floors were always so muddy. These spaces between the walls eventually led to a cave of sorts, dug out of earth below the house. There were used up cans of soup, beans, and soda, and rotting bits of meat and fruit laying all about the place. With that, I finally understood why our groceries were so quick to run out. And the sour reek, it reached its pinnacle here in this atrocity of a den hidden beneath my house. The father who had slain his family had not died. He had lived on, here in this cave, leeching off of and tormenting my family. I thought about everything my family and I had experienced leading up to that moment and shuddered, nearly vomiting right there. We moved out immediately, not only to a new house but a new city. We have reinforced windows and doors in our new place, and we watch anyone who passes by our house the same way our former neighbors used to look at us. But it's not enough, because the man who had haunted us was never found. He is still on the loose today. The 5 of us live as though we're waiting for that thing to reappear. We try to lead a normal life, but Kai continues to imagine the return of his imaginary friend. My mother checks our pantry and fridge daily, often freaking out, thinking we're running out of food faster than we should. My dad loses it anytime he spots even a bit of dirt on the floor, and I wake up in the middle of the night at least 3 times a week with that awful sense that something has been licking my feet. My roommate is too normal, and he's scaring me. It's hard to know where to begin with something like this. Start at the beginning. Well, yeah, no shit, that's obvious. But how do you know where the beginning is? Life isn't neat. It isn't broken down into little plots with defined starts and ends. It's one big mess of choices and coincidences that merge and weave together to make what is normally a very boring story. So I'll preface this by giving you what you need to know about me. I'm not smart. Ask anyone who knows me. These days they'll say I'm reliable, responsible, personable, and lots of other ibbles and ables that mean nothing. But I've been very stupid at times, made some very dumb mistakes and choices that I still pay for. But I'd say nearly everyone has at some point. So, second, I want you to know I'm not a bad guy. To say I'm a good man would be a stretch. I'll agree, but I'm not cruel or unkind or even particularly hateful. I don't even hate my mother, however much she might deserve it. Anyways, here goes. My roommate is normal. That might not sound bad, almost sounds like a compliment even, but it's terrifying. He's just left, gone to do something I really couldn't say. But it feels like when you're in the deep end of a pool and come up for air, or when you've been lost in the woods for hours and just found a trail you recognize. It's that kind of relief. And all because this guy is seriously screwing with me. Somehow, no one notices him. He just blends in. And yet, he's ruining my life. Let me rewind to this particular story's beginning, as all stories probably should, except the super weird or time travel related. It was summer, a month or so ago. I had just been promoted to a full-time job, assistant manager of a Whataburger. I was hoping to finally follow in my big sister's tiny shoes and find a place of my own, moving out of her spare room. I live in a pretty big city. Not Austin or Dallas or anything, but big enough rent is pretty crazy if you want to own your own pad that isn't in a ghetto or between 2 crack dens. I found the perfect place, about a 20-minute drive from my Whataburger. Not too central, but central enough. $770 a month. 2 bedrooms. I could survive. Just. But in the long term, I'd need a roommate. Going halves on that, and I'd be able to save, invest, that sort of shit. So I hit up social media. Tried to find someone to fill my gap. Didn't take all that long, maybe a week or 2 screening out the weirdos. My sis helped me vet the guy. His name was Mike. 26. Same as me. Worked an entry-level white-collar type office job somewhere in the city. Typical hobbies, didn't smoke, drink, or do drugs, which was good for me. We decided to meet him. My sis, Jen, came up towards the end of my shift. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, so plenty quiet. and we mostly just shot the shit while I wiped a few tables and looked busy. Not that the main manager was in. Then he came. I'd said, I finish at 3, so maybe come around then. And I could swear, the moment that the clock struck 3, he came through the doors. We recognized him from the app we'd found him on. I can't remember what exactly it was now. Either way, neither of us found anything odd then, when we first met Mike. He was civil, good posture, fairly well-spoken, with a normal smile set in a normal face. What did you think? I asked Jen. She shrugged. Better than a crackhead. Dude seems normal. What did he say he does for fun again? I couldn't remember then, and I sure as hell have no idea now. He only walked out maybe 10 minutes ago, but if you asked me for the specifics, I think I'd struggle. He had one of those faces like an extra from an old TV show. The kind of guy who's there somewhere in every episode, but you never even notice until someone points them out. He just blends in. He isn't ugly, and he isn't handsome. He has no notable scars or marks, and if you put a gun to my head and really forced me, I'd guess his hair and eyes were brownish. But I wouldn't want to be in a position where I'd stake my life on it. For the first week or so, he was great. Well, average. He normally cleaned up after himself okay and wasn't too loud. We didn't really talk. Didn't hang out at all. He just didn't seem the type. He had his life and I had mine. Or so I thought. My job involved some pretty long hours. The head manager of my restaurant is also the franchisee, Mr. Dixon, or Dick, as we all call him. He takes what he calls a hands-off approach. That means he's basically never in, and I'm stuck doing almost everything. Some days I work as long as 12 hours. I don't mind though. Keeps my mind off things, and the overtime pay is pretty sweet. Most mornings, Dick will stick his head and its many chins in the door and say, "Something's come up. I gotta go downtown. You got this, champ?" "Sure," I'll say. Good man. Keep this up and you'll go far." And that'll be the last I see of him. Sometimes he might turn up at close, grab a Diet Dr. Pepper, and sit there sucking at it while we shoot the shit and I sort the kitchen. On a Saturday night, he might occasionally take me to some bar, catch a game or something. He always pays too. I don't mind, I kind of like the responsibility. If you've never worked in fast food, it's pretty tiring physically. You're on your feet all day, keeping track of 100 things at once. As a manager, I should probably be doing more, managing, but invariably, at least 1 or 2 of the high schoolers stoners we employ won't show, so I have to jump on the grill. It's fine, makes me tired enough I can just go home and collapse at the end of the day. And don't have to think about anything too hard. If I'm not working on Sunday, I might get out of my battered old Honda Civic and visit my sister. She's got a good job. Receptionist at a fancy golf club about an hour south of town. We don't talk to our parents much. Not anymore. It's always been us against the world. When I was younger, a lot of my friends never really understood how I could be so close to Jen. I heard all sorts of horror stories about siblings fighting constantly, stealing pocket money from each other, spreading each other's secrets all over school, that sort of thing. I never got it. My big sis was always the only person I could rely on. I wish she was here now. Everything changed a couple of days ago. It was a pretty normal Saturday. I left around 7 a.m. and Mike was already up, sat in the living room, eyes fixed on the TV facing away from me. "I'm heading out," I said as I passed through. "I'll be here," he replied, as always. It was just after the lunch rush had been and gone, and I was sitting pretty behind the counter, talking with one of our new hires. The moment the clock struck 3, there Mike was. I don't think I even heard the door open. It was a weird feeling. One moment I'm talking with this kid, he's telling me he's saving for a car and everything feels normal. Then there was this pressure, this feeling, like the entire world was watching me. I cut myself off, felt my hairs on my arms rise, and there was this embarrassment. A gut-wrenching sensation, like when your parents have found your weed stash and you know you're about to have all your secrets laid bare. I turned and there he was, cargo shorts, white t-shirt, looking for all the world like the most average customer you could have. And he was staring at me hard. So I pushed down that feeling, greeted him as warmly as I could muster, being that he is my roommate, and took his order. He did nothing, and it was the most intense moment of my life. He ordered normally, a double meat meal. The kitchen beeped and employees moved around me, and I was stuck, trapped like a deer in the headlights as my roommate continued to stare at me. A cold sweat ran down my face and my arms, and I blurted out the rest of my lines, telling him to wait by the side. But I'm pretty sure I jumbled it all up. The beeps from the kitchen drowned out everything but the blood rushing in my head. He moved over, though, never taking his eyes off me. I was shaking as I packed up his box, keeping my head down, looking only into the sauce trays under the counter. I couldn't bring myself to ask which he wanted, so I just threw a few of each in. Dick would kill me if he was there. I was feeling dizzy, lightheaded, borderline nauseous as I handed over the box. I didn't want to look. I really didn't, but I couldn't stop myself, and I took a quick glance into his normal face. His eyes burned and scalded my soul. That embarrassment returned 100 times stronger, and those night terrors you have about being naked at school felt like nothing in comparison. It was as if he could see every secret, every part of me being laid out like a dissected animal. My heart beat so loudly in my ears, even the kitchen beeps fell away. And for a second, I felt like I was going to throw up or pass out or something. I'd never felt anything like it. Never felt so known. So judged. Just as I could take no more, he thanked me for his meal, and he left. My shirt was stuck to me. Even with the AC on full blast, I had to run to the bathroom, and I probably sat there for 10 minutes once I was done, just waiting for the shaking to subside. When I came out, I went over to the kid who'd been at the counter with me. Hey, you good, man? He said, giving me an odd look. Yeah, sure, why? He shrugged and made a face. You look kind of rough, dude. You sick? I shook my head, trying to place a reassuring smile on my face that probably came out as a grimace. All good, just a little hot in here, don't you think? The employee made a noise that could have meant anything. Anyways, I started. That guy who came in just now, he seemed kind of off to you? Huh? He looked perplexed. Which guy? I tried to recall anything visually that stuck out about him, but it was like trying to find words to describe the taste of water. That guy right now, the cargo shorts, white tee, you're right here with me, man, I said, trying to keep the edge desperation out of my voice. The employee's eyes flicked with recognition. Oh, that guy. Nah, man, he seemed normal. I barely even noticed him. Why? I struggled to find anything to reply with. Dunno. He was almost like too normal, you know? The new hire just looked puzzled. Sure, I guess. I dropped it real quick. It's like I say, my roommate is just normal. It's a weird paradox. He's so normal, no one even seems to notice him, but like, that just makes him too normal. It was that effect he had on me. I'd never seen it before. At home, all he really did when he wasn't in his room was maybe watch TV or eat something. Before now, I don't think he ever really looked my way at all. In fact, now that I think about it, he almost blended in with the beige wallpaper and the gray couch. I couldn't say I'd ever even noticed that before. He was like a lamp or an unused chair that happened to pay half the rent. By the end of my shift, around 10 that night, I was still feeling pretty shaken. In fact, I wasn't feeling like going home. He was always in bed around midnight, so when Dick turned up and hit me with that, "Coming to the bar, sport?" I said sure. I'm sure you know the kind of bar it was. Faux wood paneling on the walls, tacky neon signs, pool tables with ripped up felt, floor always slightly sticky, and Creed blaring on the jukebox. A real dive. The sort of place Dick seemed to for some reason. Couldn't even figure out why. He had money, lots of it, but he seemed to like the dreary miasma of run-down bars. Dick was spilling over his stool, gulping at his bud, and I was nursing mine over the bar. "So anyways," he goes on, "I always wonder how you manage to stay thin. I mean shit, you build like a crackhead." That elicited an ironic smile from me. "Just jeans, I guess, man." That got a chuckle out the big man. "Well, shit, I don't remember the last time I fit in a pair of jeans." I laughed along with him. But today's encounter was eating at me. And a few beers had done a lot to loosen me up. "Hey, look, Dick," I began, struggling to find what to say. I had a real weird customer today. Kind of freaked me out." Dick's glazed expression snapped serious. "Was it that damn tweaker who's always on the 16th of Dallas? I told that fuck he weren't welcome since his last OD in the shitter." No, it wasn't a tweaker. It was this guy. He was like normal. Too normal, you know? No. Can't say I do." I kept pressing, though what answer I wanted I didn't know. He looked normal as hell, but he stared at me. It was super intense, like he could see into my fucking soul. But Dick's eyes were glazing over as he sank what was left of his beer. "Heh, I remember when the ladies gave me that kind of look. Maybe he had a little crush on you." And he started giggling. I came back to my senses a few hours later, maybe 2 a.m. I was staggering back towards the apartment. I say that, I was still drunk, just this part I can remember. I assume I'd shared Dick's Uber, and was only about a block away from the apartment. The world was spinning, and I was trying to keep upright whilst shuffling in vaguely the right direction. I don't drink much anymore. Not more than 2 beers usually, but today had shaken me. And I'd pounced on that warm feeling that booze gives you. Like everything's gonna be fine, and damn whatever comes tomorrow. Tomorrow hit me as hard as I rounded the corner. 1 minute, I was in the reassuring embrace of a drunken stupor. Then I was standing stone cold sober, looking at the unsuspecting 2-story building that was my home. It was cold, I realized, despite my jacket. Yet the sweat came anyway. There was some sense, something prehistoric, primordial. I knew I was prey, being stalked, watched by the ultimate predator. And I knew there was nothing I could do in the face of such overwhelming power. He was watching me. My roommate. He was standing at the window. Had been standing there maybe for hours. I couldn't see him. Not from this far. But I felt it with utter certainty. The adrenaline was flowing. I could feel my heart banging in my chest, and I took a step forward and another. I was drawn in. What the hell else could I do? It was 2 a.m. and that was my home. Slowly, I kept moving forward. Every atom of my being, the sole focus of that presence I felt watching me. There was that small, logical voice in my mind. I'm surprised it was still there. Thought it had died off long ago. Absent as logic was from nearly all my prior decisions. But still, a part of me said there was nothing to fear. It's just a guy. A normal, mortal man with a weird stare. Now, as I said, I've been pretty stupid in the past. I know what it's like to drive yourself into paranoia. Some part of me wondered as I staggered down the street if I was just freaking out. If maybe I'd had something other than a beer and shots, if I was high. But I knew I wasn't. And I know I was right to be afraid. I didn't look up at the second floor window when I approached. I didn't want him to know I was scared. But I could feel his gaze beating down on like the summer sun. Could almost feel it singe my flesh. I shuddered. But then I moved around from the side of the building and his presence left me, towards the worn steel stairs. Ascending them, caged by solid steel that rang underfoot, I felt safer. Next came the door. A plain white door marked with a 3B in plain black. I stood there, the automatic light throwing a sulphurish orange glow around me, and in the middle of the door, beneath the plain glossy number, was the peephole. I couldn't tell you how long I stood, poised with the key, looking into the beady little hole. It must have been 2 minutes. Might have been 2 hours. In some way, it was worse than the certainty of knowing he was watching. Maybe he was on the other side, watching my warped form, or maybe he was already asleep. Standing there, adrenaline leaching from my system, probably still way too drunk, I made the decision, unlocked the door, and entered. The apartment was almost as I'd left it in that morning. TV and PS4 were in their place. The fan had been left on. A jumble of wires, chargers, and the router sat on their little end table. Gray couch with miscellaneous stains. Fridge covered in tacky magnets from Jen's trips and old receipts. Everything was normal. Except the window. The window was open. The curtains billowed lethargically in the night's breeze. I stepped up to it, and putting my hands on the sill, I could look out and see exactly where I'd rounded the corner and felt his gaze. I could look and see how I would have been spotlighted by the street lamp. I felt my skin crawl, and I turned to look at my roommate's door. It was closed and hopefully locked. The apartment was still. He either wasn't here anymore or else was asleep. The day was starting to catch up with me, and all the tension and adrenaline had been draining since I came in. I felt unsteady as I closed the door, drew the curtains, staggered through to my room, closed and locked the door as gently as I could, pushing the deadbolt home as quietly as I could imagine. Then, I collapsed on the bed. The next morning, I awoke, sticky, reeking, with a miserable pounding in my head and a mouth that tasted like crap. I passed out without turning on my AC, and the hot Texan morning was doing a number on me. I dragged myself from the salt-crusted puddle I'd left, having taken my clothes off some point in the night. A glance at my phone told me it was 11:49, and I had 2% battery left. Shit, I thought. I put the thing on the charge and crawled through to my bedroom. Luckily, both rooms had their own, though I wasn't thinking about my roommate just then. I quickly showered, rinsing away the grime of the stifling night and pissing while I was in there. A quick brush of the teeth and I felt somewhat more normal. Clothes on, I closed my hands around my door handle, determined to make some coffee and start my morning, when yesterday hit me. In a flash, the encounter at the Whataburger and him watching me stagger home. In an instant, I felt scared again. Scared and angry. What the hell was I so afraid of? In the cold light of day, with an aggressive hangover and things to do, it seemed silly to be terrified of my own damn roommate. I unlocked the door with viciousness and grabbed my keys and wallet. As I stepped out, I was greeted with blaring laughter from the TV. Mike was there, facing away, ostensibly watching an old repeat of The Big Bang Theory. His back was straight, unnaturally so. He sat stiff and immobile. Some character quipped and the laugh track erupted, but my roommate wasn't laughing. He was statue-like, my roommate, unflinching at the laughter on the TV, sitting still as a taxidermy, not looking back at me. I could barely bring myself to speak. "Hey," I got out. "Yes," he said. And for the first time it struck me how flat his voice was. Not even emotionless, but flat. As if someone had taken a recording and screwed with the levels and balancing and left a voice devoid of anything. My mouth moved and no sound came out. Some big punchline went off on the TV, and the laugh track howled and shrieked, and my roommate didn't move or make a sound. "Look," I got out. "I'm gonna be out for the day." The hollow voice came back. "I'll be here." That was what he always said, and for the first time it registered in my brain, not as a friendly affirmative, but as a threat. I all but ran out of the apartment, I was in my shitbox Honda and halfway down the street before I realized that I'd forgotten my phone. I was half tempted to turn around, but decided I wouldn't need it. As I was driving, I realized I was still really pretty drunk, so I stopped for an early lunch at a Burger King. Nothing good, just a double Whopper with cheese. I felt that big slab of meat and bread like that, plus a crappy coffee, might help me sober up. Whether it helped me or not, I don't know. I didn't crash on my way to Jen's place, at least. Once I'd arrived, it was hard to knock normally rather than bashing the shit out of the door, but I restrained myself. Now, I'm kind of a scrawny guy, tall but thin, built, as Dick said, like a crackhead. My sister is quite the opposite, short, a bit chunky, and covered in tattoos. I said hey, trying to not look too insane when she opened the door. Hey yourself, you could have called, she started. I smiled and shrugged. Forgot my phone. Had a crazy morning. Right. You coming in? Sue won't be home for a few hours anyway. I nodded and followed her in. It was nice. Jen's apartment. Far nicer now that I moved out. White, modern, minimalist. Besides for the amp and cables strewn across the floor. With a big kitchen and a huge TV we'd both pitched in for. How's the spare room coming along? I asked, trying to seem casual as I poked my head into the room I'd lived in since I was 17. It was bare and empty. All my crappy posters and other crap I'd left long gone. That hurt a little. Like my sister had ripped a part of me out of her life. Not that I could blame her. It's coming. It'll be cool to have an office, she said, coming over to peer in beside me. I nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Jen is more the creative type than me. Her and Sue wanted a place to work on her music for ages. It's just a hobby, really, but she's always talking about it. And she always needed a special place to work properly. Back in high school, she never did any homework, until our dad set up a little study area in a spare room. So she said, what's this visit all about? I sighed hard, crossing my arms as I threw myself on her couch. I sat for a moment, biting my lip as I tried to think of something to say. There weren't any secrets between us, except maybe one of mine, but it was hard to frame it. It's my roommate. Oh, right. What's his name again? I hesitated. Mike, I think. Jen snorted. You think? Some roommate you are. Don't you talk with the guy? No. No? I looked at her, feeling embarrassment rising once again. I'm scared of him. Immediately, her expression sobered. Why? He's not into drugs, is he? No, I started. No, it's not drugs. He's, there's something just real off about him. Off how? Jen pressed. Something we should tell the police? I shook my head. There's nothing to tell them. His behavior is just strange as hell. Was he snooking off in the living room? No. I took a breath. Look, I never speak to the guy. I don't even notice him, but the other day, he came into work and he stared at me. Jen looked unsure. Well, yeah, you live together. Not like that. He's scary, Jen. Terrifying. He came in and stared at me, like he could see into my soul. I watched her face fall at my words. I saw the pity in her eyes, that sudden hard edge of accusation. Are you on anything? She asked. My sister, my rock, and the one person I could trust. She thought I was having a relapse. It broke my heart. People do stupid things. It started in high school. My girlfriend at the time, she got into it through her older brother's friend, and I wanted her to think I was cool. Stupid shit, I won't get into it here. I've been clean for 5 years. Now, all thanks to Jen. But her reaction made it all come back. I talked longer. I explained as well as I could, told her about last night, about this morning. Finally, she was coming around. And he wasn't laughing? He was just sitting there, she asked. Yeah. Well, it was the Big Bang Theory. I don't know anyone who laughs at that. I kept my frustration buried. Yeah, but he was just completely emotionless. Not moving, not blinking. Okay. I can see why you're freaking out a bit, she said. Thank you, I said sardonically. But what the hell should I do? She leaned back into the couch, looking sidelong at me. I guess I'll have to mediate. What do you mean? I mean, I'll talk to him, figure out if he's got something against you or why he's so weird, she explained. Okay, Jen, thanks. I'm glad you believe me. It was a weight off my chest, having my sister back on my side. She always was, even when my own parents threw me out. She'd done a lot for me, and here she was coming to my rescue again. It's isolating, going through things alone. Just having a single person to share these things with brought a sense of peace and security I'd been missing for a day. We'd been talking for nearly an hour at this point, and Jen agreed to come back with me, talk to my creepy-ass roommate, and help me sort all this shit out. I was standing, grabbing my keys off the kitchen counter when I looked out the window. What the fuck? It slipped out of me, along with every shred of hope I'd gained since I left that morning. What? Said Jen, peeking around my elbow. He was there. The other side of the road, standing, watching. Jen tensed as she saw him. He isn't moving, she said, an edge creeping into her voice. Nope. Okay, wait here. I guess it'll make it easier, Jen said as she slunk into her room, coming back out with her purse. Makes what easier? I asked, as she began digging through all the receipts and crap in her bag. Not laughing at shit sitcoms I get, but no one stalks my little brother. She emerged from her bag with a spray bottle. I blinked. What's that? She rolled her eyes at me. Deodorant, dipshit. She only called me that when she was super pissed. What do you think? It's fucking Mace. You're right. This guy's a fucking creep. Following you out here, and now he knows where I live too? She gave me a look as she strode to the door. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, bro, she said. In that instant, a flicker of my old hope returned. At least I could always count on my sister. She stormed out the door in a fury, pepper spray in hand, shoulders set. She might be short, but she could be terrifying in her own way at times. My roommate, however, didn't move. He just stood, rooted to the sidewalk, in front of the apartment block opposite, and he was still staring at me, not noticing 4'11" of protective older sibling marching towards him. She was right on him when he turned. It was slow. She was shouting, bringing up the spray can. When Mike began to speak, he turned and looked at Jen, and her shoulders fell. I couldn't hear them, not from in here. I had no idea what they were saying, but Jen seemed to fall inwards on herself. Together, she and my roommate turned, facing me. Mike kept speaking, and Jen looked down at her feet. He put a hand on her shoulder, almost reassuring. She dropped the can, and my gut dropped with it. I have no idea what happened, what he said, but next thing I knew, Jen was coming back over. Mace picked back up. At the door, she stopped, and I saw the tears on her cheeks. Her voice wobbled. Get out. I couldn't understand. What's wrong with him? Is he gonna let... Jen points the pepper spray in my face. Get the fuck out. Never talk to me again or I'll call the fucking police. My mind raced and I felt sick as she slammed the door on me. With nothing else to do, I looked about the street, but my roommate was gone. I was shaking, probably in shock as I walked back to my car. I was breathing hard. I didn't even know I was driving until I pulled into my parking spot, just as the sun was going down in a big splash of orange. What the hell did he tell Jen? What could he have told her? And why the fuck would Jen believe my weird roommate? I couldn't make sense of any of it. I shut my eyes and pounded on my dashboard, probably making the cracks in it worse. But I didn't care. I tried to tell myself that it was an act, that Jen was doing something to get rid of Mike. I just needed to trust her. But part of me knew there are mistakes I've made, ones I've only told Jen about, sure, and also one I've never told anyone. If my roommate somehow knew it, if that's what he told Jen, I could see that leading to a reaction. But I couldn't see how he could know, or why she'd ever believe him. I looked up at my apartment. He might have already been back. Probably was. But I needed my phone at least. I figured that I might as well take all my crap, leave town for a few days until this is all sorted out. I think I could sort shit out with Dick, not lose my job. Besides, I was gonna have to deal with Mike. I came up. He was there, standing in the kitchen, with his back to me. It was like being in a room with a temperamental nuclear bomb. I felt so tense. I don't know if I was trying to speak, that'd be pathetic, but I kept my breathing shallow and stepped as lightly as I could across my room. If anything, I think he kept turning, kept his back to me. As soon as my door was locked, I grabbed my gym bag and stuffed it full of every piece of clean clothing I could find. Then went toothpaste, toothbrush, deodorant. Then came a knock on my door. I froze, heart smacking my ribs. Then came his voice, still and terrible. "You want to leave?" It wasn't a question. "That wouldn't be a very smart choice," it continued. I wasn't sure what I could have done. No words came to mind. Everything was blank. There was nothing I could do but listen to that still, dispassionate, almost artificial voice. "You should have been honest with Jen. Years ago." I clenched my fist, my teeth, my whole body tightened against my will. "It weighs heavily," the voice stated. "So very heavy." I felt hot, flushed, every muscle tensed as I sat and listened. It's important to talk. There was nothing I wanted more than to be somewhere else, anywhere. I almost considered diving through the window. "It would be best if you confessed." I shut my eyes, willing my roommate to leave, to give me a chance to get to my car. "Then I will go now. I have some things to see to, but I am very willing to listen when you return." The outer door slammed. Suddenly, I jumped, almost cried out, as all the tension suddenly bled away. I have no idea what the fuck he was talking about. He's been gone a while now, and I finished packing my stuff. I'm going to leave now, get as far as I can tonight. Then I'll give Dick a call, sort out work. Looks like Jen's blocked me on everything. I guess I might have to go talk to my parents. And now on to part 2 of the story, titled, "My Roommate Has Turned My Family Against Me, so I'm going to kill him." It's been a day, maybe 2, I'm not sure anymore. As soon as I'd finished writing my last bit, I'd grabbed the laptop, thrown all my stuff in the car, and got as far as I could, as fast as I could. Some of y'all have said I shouldn't fear Mike, my weird roommate, but you weren't there, trapped in my bedroom as he made his demands through the door. You didn't see him destroy my closest relationship in a few choice words. He's a monster, and he's trying to destroy me. After the events of today, I've decided I'm going to kill him first. I'm staying at some crappy motel about an hour and a half north, right up near the Oklahoma border. I'm still not sure why I went north. My parents have a house about a half hour east, though I promised myself I'd never go back to them, that I'd stay away from this area as long as I lived. But with Jen having cut me off completely, I guess my parents was the only place I had left to go. The conversation with Dick had gone smoothly, or so I'd thought. I called him that first night, when I stopped. "Hey, Dick." "Hey there, sport. Better not be calling out sick for tomorrow. It's looking like we might have a no-show." "Look, man, I'm really sorry, but I'm dealing with some heavy personal stuff at the moment, you know?" Dick's voice returned after a distant grumbling. "Well, champ, that ain't exactly being a team player, is it? It's about trust. If I can't trust..." I cut him off. "Look, Dick." My mind raced looking for an excuse. "I don't want to do this, but it's my roommate. He's deep into some serious shit. A drug dealer or something. He's tried to kill me. I already called the cops, but I need to lie low for a few days." I paused as I cast my mind about. "You say it's about trust? Well, I trust you, Dick. You can't tell anyone where I am or that I called you. Just give me a few days and keep quiet, and I'll have this all sorted out. I swear, man." Silence for nearly a minute. "Well, goddamn, sport." There was a surprise in his voice, but no doubt. At least through the phone. "Look, man, I knew you had a rough past when I hired you." "I know, man, but I'm out of that life. I haven't done anything wrong. This new roommate has brought it all back down on me. All I want is to work hard, be successful like you, Dick." The lie came with sickening ease. There was a supportive edge to Dick's voice, almost a pride. "You've come a long way. I dare say you're about the best assistant manager I've had. You deal with your thing. I'll keep shit locked down here." I sighed in relief, some shred of pressure finally letting me go. At least I'd have a job to go back to when I sorted out this nightmare. "Thanks, Dick. That really means a lot, man. I won't let you down." "Anytime, son," he said. "And thanks for choosing Whataburger." And that was the end of that. By this point, it was nearly 10 at night. Luckily, there was a crummy diner still open, just a few minutes walk down from the motel. The land was flat and barren under the black shroud of the night, interspaced with the sickly amber glow of humming streetlights. Nothing accompanied me on the walk. Cars passed occasionally, heading through onto places brighter and less lonely, no doubt. A wind howled across the scrub land, and approaching the diner, I turned my head out of the wind and saw that opposite was a little church. A humble place, just a brick building with a peaked roof and a big white cross on the side, lit by some floor lights. It stuck out to me though, as I ducked into the empty diner and settled in a booth with peeling red vinyl on the seats, resting my hands on the sticky tabletop. As I ordered, there was nowhere to look but that church, standing by its lonesome on the wrong side of a nowhere highway in an arid and unwelcoming part of the world. I've never believed. Not really. My parents do, of course, but I was always more influenced by Jen. Her aloofness just made the whole concept seem so childish. Who needs stories and belief when you can just be sensible and life will work out? When I was younger, I'll admit, I wasn't sensible. I made dumb mistakes to impress a girl and I lost her anyway. Gained nothing but a few months in rehab and an end to my formal education. We went to church, our family. I've heard the sermon, sat through Exodus and the Psalms. When I was a kid, looking over to my big sis, arms folded and a smirk on her face. It was reassuring. It made the good book seem like nothing but a scary story to get little boys and girls to obey their parents and their preachers. Now I wonder, all that stupidity I did, those regrets I have, that secret. The chicken tenders arrived lukewarm and under-seasoned, dry as the arid waste around the diner. I choked them down with a Diet Coke, as I choked down my fears with cold reason. If there's someone up there judging me, then that's his business and it's for later. Maybe not much later. I couldn't help but look back across the church, and there he was, still as the grave, standing at the bottom of the cross like Longinus himself, my roommate. He was watching me, and it almost made me itch. The Honda was parked at the motel, basically next door, just a few seconds sprint. It might as well have been on the moon. I dropped a few crumpled notes on the table and bolted for the door. If there had been anyone at the counter, they might as well have been invisible. So focused was my vision. Even across the street, I could feel it. How our gaze was locked. To describe his eyes as unnatural would be an understatement. Like describing the fires of damnation as uncomfortably warm. He could see me. And with his scene of the body came the scene of the soul. I felt exposed, like a hare in an empty field with eagles above. My legs were carrying me backwards towards the motel, and he was just standing, gray hoodie and cargo pants. The most normal fellow you've ever seen, except those piercing eyes. My calves touched something behind me, and I was free, the connection broken. I was in the parking lot of the motel, backed up against the bumper of my trusty, rusty Civic, and right then, I felt I would have fallen to my knees and kissed the scuffed spot where its H badge had been stolen. But I was still panicked. Hurrying. I instead dove into the driver's seat and slammed it into drive as the 2-liter roared to life. I flicked on the lights. And there he was, at the end of the motel parking lot, just after the speed hump and before the main road. He was looking my way still, eyes fixed on me. I didn't make eye contact. Instead, I focused on his mouth. I couldn't hear it, but I could see it. "Confess," he said, over and over again. He was saying it as I dropped the parking brake. Still, he said it as I shot down the parking lot, barreling towards him. "Confess," he said, as I bounced high off the speed bump, momentarily losing sight of him as my headlights ramped up. And when the front end bounced down at nearly 50 miles an hour, when I should have smashed into him and shattered his bones, he was gone. I nearly understeered into the church as I sped off east out of town, like a man being chased by the devil himself. My parents lived in a big old ranch, and I made the trip in less than 22 minutes. It was dark, there was no one around, and I drove with my lights off, just in case I was being followed. Parking the Civic up beside my dad's F-150 made it look comically small. The whole ranch had that effect. A big 3-story house with a wraparound porch, the old stars and stripes hanging by the Lone Star of Texas, as typical as could be. It wasn't an actual farm. Hadn't been since long before my mom and dad bought it and moved in. I had to sit there for a while. Engine off, breeze rattling through the night, hands resting on the cracked old dashboard. The lights were on, in the living room, but the curtains were drawn. I was reflecting. Maybe he just dropped down next to the speed hump or threw himself aside at the last second. There had to be a sensible, non-mystical answer for all of this. I was still reflecting when my phone buzzed. 11:54 p.m. An email from Whataburger Corporate. My heart was doing its rib-beating routine. As I read through the email, I was fired. In short, panic started to fill me as I flicked through apps, and there, in my texts, I found it. A few messages I'd missed under the name Dickhead Boss. 10:22 p.m. Call me. It's urgent. A few minutes later, you lied to me, champ. Call me now. Urgent. A few minutes later, he's told me everything. I've already called the police. Told them all that crap you told me. A minute later, you ever show your face around here, you're dead. Thumbs up emoji. Didn't mean to send that. That was it. That fucker had taken my apartment, my sister, and now my crappy job. He wouldn't even let me eat bland chicken in peace. I might have gone to my dad's house looking for help, maybe somewhere to stay to plan, but this was it. Clearly my roommate wouldn't stop until he'd taken everything from me. I was out of the car and halfway to the porch when the door opened. There, silhouetted from the light behind him like some deficit phantom, was my overweight father, holding a shotgun. With a pang, I recognized it. An old wood furniture Remington. My dad had picked it up for $70 not long before I was born, and I'd shot my first hog with it. Jane called. His voice growled as I looked up into the light, eyes struggling to adjust. She said you might come. Also said I shouldn't let you step a damn foot inside this house. That I should just call the police and be done with you. He stood still as a rock, shotgun across his chest, not quite as threatening as if he was pointing it at me. Still a very nasty thing to do, in front of your own son though. Yeah, not surprised. Things have gone to shit a little, Dad. He didn't move. I don't know what she said. I couldn't make excuses, wouldn't matter. You wouldn't believe me. My dad lowered the shotgun at that, letting it dangle from one hand. Heck no, it wouldn't. I nodded. What'd she think I've done this time? No idea. She was crying though. I don't like it when you make my own daughter cry. I shrugged, remembering which of us made her cry more, but I let it go. Me neither. I wish I knew what I did. My old man tensed at that. Can't remember. You back on that smack? I shook my head, wounded by the statement. No, Dad, I haven't touched that shit in years, not any drugs. Haven't had it so much as a beer in a few days. My father finally seemed to settle, to deflate a little, and I saw how old he looked. His beard, which I remembered as a big, black, bushy thing, had gone to gray, and his eyes were haggard, face lined with 100 little wrinkles. She said you were sober. Told me that much, at least. Besides, I can hardly imagine you driving all this way high. What do you want? We don't have any cash, so don't even ask. It hurt a lot. I'd come a long way. A really long way. In the last 5 years. I'd sobered up. I'd gotten a job, stuck with it, made it to my counseling, and even moved out of my sister's and her girlfriend's apartment. But my dad still just saw me as a drug addict, looking for money for another hit. My breaths came ragged and my cheeks stung. The whether with rage or embarrassment or anger, I had no clue. I was a vortex of pain and rawness just then. It took me a long, lingering while to collect myself, to gather some sense of composure. I'm going away, Dad. Far away. I yanked out my wallet, showed him the wad of cash in here. I'd withdrawn everything, every last dollar from an ATM on the way out of town. It was at once an impressive stack, but also so little. About $9,000. My whole worth. Every scrape I'd saved over the years, I'd been fixing myself. I don't need any money, Dad. I just wanted to make peace with myself. Say goodbye to the house, to Mom. That's all. I almost believed my own lie as I said it. Gonna make a new life somewhere? Head north, cross the border maybe? There was an edge to Father's voice. We'll see. He nodded and let me in. Whatever the Bible might say on S-word, clearly he thought I was already damned. The house hadn't changed much. Some polished wood floors and ugly green wallpaper. My mother was sat in her old chair there in the living room, but I didn't approach. I stood at the bottom of the stairs. Mind if I go say goodbye to my old room? I asked. My father is a lot of things, and in a lot of ways, we couldn't be more different. He's a homophobe who kicked out his own daughter, a man who used his voice or his strength to get his way. Thought differing opinions equated to a lack of respect, and of course, he was deeply devout. But in one way, we couldn't be more alike. My dad is a fucking idiot. And being an idiot, he nodded, before settling down in his own chair in the living room, shotgun lying by his feet. On the third story were the 3 bedrooms, mine and Jen's, left and right, opposite each other. I walked past. Didn't even spare them a glance. The master bedroom hadn't had a lock in my childhood, and that clearly hadn't changed as I let myself in. The walk-in closet was still on the right, and with barely 4 foot of that for my mom and dad's Sunday best, the rest was dominated by the same massive 6-foot-tall safe. The last time I've been here, I've been on the cusp of the biggest mistake of my life. This time, I hoped things would be different. I had come so far. I would never fall back to what I had been that I promised myself. The old digital keypad looked as it had 9 years ago, when I'd left this house, thinking that would be the last time. As I went to type in the code, I realized what a long shot it was. Surely my dad would have known someone had been through his safe. Would he have changed the code? 12/19, Jen's birthday. The idiot. The safe clicked and I swung the door open. There was my dad's other pride and joy. Shotguns for birds, shotguns for hogs, AR-15s, AR-10s, semi-autos, and lever actions of nearly every configuration. Bolt actions from Winchester, Springfield, CZ, Tikka, Mauser, and Ruger. Some were new, others had served in wars long past. Cartridges were piled high, boxes of everything from 12 gauge to 410, from 22 long to 50 Browning. My father's hoard of ordnance, his shrine to his own saints, John Moses Browning and Samuel Colt. In many ways, I truly believe my father might be the most Texan man ever born. More than 40 long guns, and yet my head looked past them all. On the door, there was a rack, and on that rack was my dad's handguns, and among his fancy and historical pistols, between a 1911 my great-grandfather had carried in the war and a .44 Magnum of Dirty Harry fame, my hand was drawn to a single, unassuming Glock. There were other guns just as good, if not better. A couple of H&Ks, a CZ, but either my hand was moving on its own accord or some part of my mind had a very dark and ironic sense of humor. I took that Glock 20, grabbed its polymer holster, a box of 10mm Spear gold dot ammunition, and a couple of spare mags, and quickly armed myself. Felons are not allowed to own firearms in the state of Texas, but borrowing from family is something of a gray area. The inner waistband holster hid the big gun even on my skinny frame, and my rear pockets and jacket hid the mags and ammo well enough. A quick peek in the mirror and I looked no more suspicious than I normally am to my father. Back downstairs, I turned and looked at what was left of my family. My father, big and gray and angry, and my mother. She'd always been a small woman, in both stature and character, but now she was practically skeletal. Shrouded in a blanket the color of dirt, her eyes were sunken in her head, those big, pale eyes. She looked pathetic. The last thing Jen had said before she'd been forced out in the middle of the night was that my mom was a coward for staying, that dad would suck all the life out of her. Jen was right, like usual, and my mom looked like more of an emaciated addict than I had ever been. I wanted to pity here, but this was the woman who'd sat by her husband, that had thrown out her children, driven away her side of the family, and shunned his own. She could have left. All that he was never physically violent, not to his family. But no, she'd always been weak. She was in a hell of her own making, and she could walk through the door at any time. I don't hate her. Worse, I feel nothing for her. Goodbye. The words came without feeling, without meaning, and I left. As I was pulling the Civic back onto the road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. My stomach dropped, and I'd half expected. There was Mike, my good old stalker roommate, standing on the porch, having an animated conversation with my father. I turned out and was picking up speed. As the first shots came from behind, my dad, at the edge of his fence, was shooting at me. I was already a quarter mile gone and picking up speed fast, and whatever birdshot or buckshot he had loaded was coming nowhere near me. Still, it's an unsettling feeling having your own father shooting at you. I noticed as well, Mike was nowhere to be seen, and he hadn't come in a car or anything. I would have seen it. Whatever the hell he is, he has a date with the gold folks of Spear Ammunition, and I wasn't going to keep him waiting. It wasn't like I had anything else either. Everything I'd ever worked for, whoever I'd had to rely on, had all been ripped away by my oh-so-normal roommate. Thinking back, I'm sure it was Jen who picked him up in the first place. There had been others who could have been my roommate, lots of them. I remember more about them than Michael anyway. There was a Chinese post-grad student, liked playing League of Legends. Some European guy must have been 6'7", just kept smiling and talking about how he liked American girls. A half Indonesian, half Jamaican wannabe rapper. He'd seem fun. And who could forget some guy from Dallas who was convinced his grandfather had been the second gunman on the grassy knoll. All that was rushing through my head as I drove nearly aimlessly. I'd taken a right out of my dad's place instead of heading back towards town. I was pressing into the wide expanse of North Texas. At Perryton, I headed south, cutting through the wide desert plains under the light of the moon and the stars. Nothing but me, the road, and my memories. At Pampa, nearly 1 a.m., I stopped at a Taco Bell. It was the only place still open, and they gave me a shitty look, as they were closing in about 5 minutes. So I drove on with my Crunchwrap Supreme congelating in its wrapper, and my Baja Blast growing warm and diluted. East I went, seemingly taking no notice as the world passed me by outside. I couldn't tell you how I was feeling. There was something tranquil about that night. The road stretched on forever, and it felt like I had all the time in the world. And yet, I knew now there would be no escape. Whatever was happening was beyond my ability to control or to understand. Jen gets stressed when that happens. She gets all anxious, starts biting her nails, picking at her hair. I've never really been like that. As I see it, you should only care about things you can control. If it's something bigger than you, war, politics, news, even workplace drama you ain't the center of, why care? Maybe that's what made me so susceptible to drugs back in high school. It was something I could do. At that time in your life when you have no control, no autonomy, no school or at home, drugs are a conscious decision. It's a way of striking back at the man. And then you're in the gripes of addiction, and your priorities get fucked. Getting high isn't a choice. It's the most important part of your day. School, hygiene, friends, it all comes in a very distant second behind drugs. In the heart of the drugs, the further back those other priorities fell. I stopped. Somewhere over the border. In Oklahoma. Some nameless patch of dirt on the roadside. I ate my Crunch Wrap and chugged my Baja Blast, and it was the best thing I'd ever eaten. I've thought about this. About what's coming. This morning, either I'm gonna die or Mike is. It's a good feeling, having something that final to look forward to. Every minute out here, under the moon, feels like an hour of bliss. If I don't write anything else, know I'm dead and rotting in some nameless ditch somewhere in Oklahoma. Part 3. And the post is titled, "My Roommate Wants Me to Confess." Well, here it is. And the post reads as follows. A lot's happened. I need to confess. The police are already on their way. So I guess I should start today at its beginning. I slept for a while. The seats in the '03 Civic can recline totally flat and it's not too uncomfortable. Unless you haven't showered in a couple days and have a Safariland holster inside your waistband, digging a Glock into your nuts. Still, I must have caught some sleep because next thing I knew, dawn was streaming in through the windshield. Somewhere in the night on the 152, I passed into Oklahoma. It was strange, but when you cross into another state, it seems like the scenery always changes, don't it? The dusty, arid, endless expanse of Texas had given way to a new greenness. Healthy grass and stands and cut pieces of live oak, all under a beautiful virgin sky. Under the impression I was heading towards my death, I sat for a long while, just taking in that golden majesty that struck the scattered clouds, burnishing them into a silver gleam. I loved that sunrise. It still might be the last I see. Eventually, I knew I had to go on. It was a long drive. I turned north at a nameless crossroad onto the 283. I stopped in Cheyenne for my last breakfast as a free man. A little diner, can't even remember the name. I was stressed. Crossing state lines as a felon concealed carrying a weapon does that to you. I was tired. The weight of the last few days weighing on my back, heavy as the cross. I had a breakfast burrito and a sweet tea. It was pretty good, considering the state I was in. This part of Oklahoma, the Black Kettle National Grassland, wasn't new to me. I've driven these roads once before. You might wonder why I'm driving away, why I'm not back when I intend to confront Mike. Well, I think he'll meet me where I'm headed. I think he knows the place, and I know he knows what I've done. North, then east from Cheyenne, there's a nameless town just there. Go a little past and an unpaved road cuts north to south. Take it and head north a few miles. And there it was. The whole grassland is a tangle of brush, thickets of trees, and a few hills breaking sight lines. On a hill not too far left on the road, there stands a lone oak. And buried under its twisted branches is a man that was named Peter. Mike was there, as I knew he would be, clad in jeans and a leather jacket. Despite the oppressive heat that hit me when I opened the door, his face I cannot describe. It was beyond imagining or comprehension. I approached as casually as I could, trying to give away nothing through my body language that conveyed the massive violence I was about to inflict. 50 feet. I walked closer. 30 feet. Closer still. 10 feet. I stopped. He said nothing. He stood still. Above a shallow grave I now intended that he would share with Peter. My right foot went back. Hands came up to my side. Left hand whipped up my shirt. Right wrapped around the gun. Both my hands met, center chest, high. A perfect grip. I pushed the gun out, forwards, sights aligned to my right eye. The draw had taken less than a second. Mike had no time to react, but he didn't try to. The rounds rang out across the prairie. 1, 2, 3. The gun kicked hard. 10mm always kick harder than you think. Brass leapt from the side and tumbled to my right. 4, 5, 6, 7. Shooting without ear protection. Even out in the open feels shit. Like getting kicked in both sides of the head at once. Rattling your brain. It didn't register at first. I was a good shooter. Even if I haven't done it in nearly a decade. You don't lose the skill. Only some polish. Yet at 10 feet, even a child would land most of their shots. And Mike still stood before me. Unflinching. Unchanged. Where the bullets went, I have no idea. But they didn't touch the average-looking man with the burning eyes before me. I stood. Just stood. Gun still raised, rounds left in the magazine. But I knew it was pointless. My heart had sank as low as it could already. As soon as I saw him from the car, all I felt then was numb. Completely drained of all emotion. It's like when you're a kid, trying every trick in the book to get out of school and avoid a test. When you fake being sick, try and start a fight. Shout a bunch of swears and slurs, try and run out of the classroom. But your teacher brings you back. Sits you down at your desk and you just look at the sheet. Knowing that there's no way out. No escape. Like that, but 1,000 times stronger. Knowing you've lost. I'd lost a long time ago. Before Mike moved in. Before I left home. Before I buried Peter. Before the first time I'd stolen the exact gun clasped in my hands. Before I'd bought the drugs for my girlfriend. I had lost, and Mike had won. I slackened my arms, gun hanging uselessly from my hand. I stepped forward into a normal pose, one parallel yet somehow inferior to his. I still couldn't meet his eyes, couldn't feel known. But he must have known me anyway. Look at me. His voice rang out. It was alien. It was inhuman. That voice, so balanced, so unfeeling, so perfect. There was no way to resist. My eyes pulled themselves up with no input from me. I looked him in the eye, and he strode forward, over the grave. As he saw me and understood me, so too did I know him. But I could never understand the being before me. He who had led shining armies when the world was young, who had sent endless and timeless evils, and vanquished them all. He who weighed souls and bore justice on levels so cosmic and inhuman. He who found my guilt as it weighed down my wretched soul. Peter waits below, for trumpets and voices from above. Is that fair? I knew it wasn't. I wanted to protest, say the world is by nature unfair. There are plans far larger than any of you. It is not your place to take a life, no matter your reason. I fell to my knees before him. What I had done to Peter, in my head, it had just been a twist of fate, an accident. Are you worthy of forgiveness? Are you responsible enough to admit you're failing? No, I wasn't. All my life, I'd refused to make choices. I'd hid behind my sister, behind addiction. I'd never once really taken responsibility for anything. Hell, I'd basically forced Jen to find my apartment for me. And she was the one who'd gotten me hired in the first place. Screw you, came out of my mouth before I realized I spoke. I was sick of the shame, the guilt. Michael seemed almost to grow, to flex, and to wax brighter despite not moving. I've cast down greater snakes than you. Just confess and this can end. I was still locked by his gaze, his ancient and all-seeing eyes. He wanted me to give a confession, an admission of guilt, for me to stop hiding, to take responsibility for once in my wretched, pathetic life. Well, here it is. It was September 24th, 2017. My girlfriend Lily and I were skipping school as usual. I'd stolen about $200 out of my dad's wallet, and we were heading for the haunt of our local dealer. It was our normal routine. if the routine of a H addict can ever be called normal. Suffice to say, we got high, doing it in her bathroom, in her empty house. We both got high. We both passed out. Only I woke up. Cold and dead. Covered in her own shit and vomit, I left her there. She wasn't found until her parents came home the next day. And whilst the police wanted to talk to me, I wasn't anywhere to be found. Because I was in Oklahoma. I'd called my drug dealer late. Once I'd got my brain back together after the H in Lily's death. I pretended she was still alive, that she wanted more, that she'd suck him off for it. He laughed down the phone, and I told him to meet me up north of town. Near her place, I'd lied. She lives north of town, and we're way too high to drive to Amarillo. I'd been certain he believed me. I'd already been to my father's place, grabbed his Glock 20, and was waiting by my car. At 11:53 p.m., a car, a 13 Camry, pulled up. I didn't hesitate in the darkness. Didn't even try and confirm my target. 5 rounds in the chest, 2 in the head. I think it's fair to say, most people haven't seen what 10mm self-defense hollow point rounds do to a human body. The entry wounds look normal, but it blasts chunks out of the exit. It can shatter bones, and if it hits you in the head, everything is coming out the back. So Peter was there, a bloody, malformed mess leaking into the desert, and not my drug dealer. Just a random passerby, perhaps a concerned middle-aged man, stopping to see if he could help a teen stranded in the desert. I stuffed most of them in a suitcase I'd bought, the big one I'd used when I got kicked out of the house. I left his car there, still idling as I took off into the dark with my grim cargo. I sped blindly down the roads, panicking, lights off. I'd be surprised I remember the route, except that the white-knuckle drive is seared into my memory. By the time I'd finished burying Peter, it was nearly midday. I cleaned myself up with wet wipes, I used his own cash to get lunch, to get a room at a motel. Then I drove back home and pretended nothing had happened. On the news, I heard of a single father. Wife passed away, working 2 jobs to support 2 young daughters, who disappeared on his way home one night. I heard how his car had been found, evidence at the scene leading the missing persons case to be upgraded to a homicide investigation. I didn't have to pretend to be crushed when Jen told me they'd found Lily. Some part of me must have still been hoping. That day crushed me. After I committed my murder and buried that father of 2 in a shallow grave beneath that oak tree, I spent years getting high. I stole from Jen, probably thousands. I stole from her girlfriends too, from my parents' house as well, and probably from whatever friends I still had. My father hadn't always been a monster. I remember our first hunting trip, how he'd been gruff and quiet, but told me how proud he was when I put that hog down. My mother had never said no to me, always showering me with love. We'd spend Saturdays baking cookies together. It was me that destroyed them. I fell harder and harder, got into bad crowds, did drugs, started getting loud and threatening at home. There's only so long you can worry about a person, try to help them before you just become numb to it. I'd sucked every ounce of goodwill and love they'd ever had out of them before they even kicked me out, leaving them with souls turned to stone. Jen had to nurse and baby me through all that shit. And all the while, I never did a single thing for anyone, not even myself. It was Jen who made me go to rehab a couple of times. It was Jen who'd arranged and paid for my counseling. It was Jen who got me the interview at Whataburger. I am nothing but a parasite, a leech. All my life, I have done nothing but take. I've taken all the joy from my parents, taken all the time and love my sister ever had, and I've taken a father from his little girls. Michael heard this. I screamed at him. Not so neat or so thought through. He heard and he said nothing. He just watched. And I felt small beneath his eternal, immortal sight. So then I took out my phone. The 911 operator I got sounded like an older lady. She had a kind voice, and she listened very patiently to my confession as I filled in the blanks in an 8 or 9-year-old murder case. Then she informed me that the police were on their way, that they would be armed, that I should make no sudden movements, and that they would be with me in about an hour. And Michael was gone. So here I am, after a life of taking. For once, I've given. One measly confession from a coward. This was all I had to give. So I figured I'd give it out here too. Thanks to anyone who stuck with the story. Not to get all cliche, but it looks like the real monster was me all along. Typical, ain't it? I can hear the sirens now. I still have the chance to pussy out or to go out in a blaze of fire. I have a gun. 2.5 mags. Well, keep your eyes on the news tomorrow. I guess you'll find out. And I mean, just wow. I really don't have a lot of thoughts because I feel like that was really laid out. I don't need to reiterate the story to you guys, but I just felt like that story was very, very surprising all throughout it. I mean, like at first you feel for the OP. You feel for him. You're on his side, and as he goes on, you realize slowly that he is the parasite, like he said at the end of the story. But I love this story because I feel like Michael was such a good portrayal of what's the word? Of being regretful or just having some sort of thing hanging over your head. I think that's like an embodiment of regret. And hopefully that's the right word, and hopefully that makes sense. But I just thought this story went through so many ups and downs, and it was a long story. I mean, like an hour-long story, which I love the long story, so hopefully enjoy this one. But yeah, man, that ending. I mean, what do you think happened? Do you think he went out in a blaze of glory? Do you think he ended up going to prison? I mean, what do you think? But wow, that confession at the end, I feel like that buildup was so worth it at the end. I mean, just wow, what a story. Mr. Purpleface. The house smelled like wet wool and Jim Beam. It was a gray box at the end of a dirt road that washed out every spring. Inside the walls were bare. There were nails sticking out of the plaster in the hallway, but nothing hanging on them. In the bathroom, there was one toothbrush in the cup and a bar of gritty soap that smelled like poo mice. It was just me and Dad. Dad was a big guy, broad-shouldered and heavy. He worked at the lumber yard. He came home every day at 5:30, with sawdust caught in his eyebrows. We had a routine. He would wash his hands at the kitchen sink, scrubbing until his skin was red. Then he would heat up dinner. Usually it was chili from a can or a hot dogs boiled in water. We ate standing up at the counter. "How was school?" he'd ask. "Fine," I'd say. "Learn anything?" "Math." "Good." That was it. That was the window of time where he was my dad. At 6:30, he would put his plate in the sink. He would walk to the cabinet above the refrigerator and take down the square bottle. Then he would grab a glass and go to the table. The kitchen table was small, pushed right up against the wall. He dragged his chair around so he wasn't facing the room. He faced the window. Our backyard was overgrown. Just waist-high weeds and an old rusted swing set I wasn't allowed to touch. Along the back fence, there was a massive tangle of wild rose bushes, a wall of thorns. Dad sat there and watched those roses. He poured the whiskey. No ice. He drank it like it was medicine. By the second glass, the air in the house got heavy. He didn't yell right away. He just stopped moving. He would stare at the window glass, tapping his finger against the table over and over again. I knew that rhythm. That rhythm meant I needed to be invisible. I would take my toy cars into the living room. I learned to roll them on the rug because if I rolled them on the hardwood floor, it made a rumble. If I made a rumble, Dad would snap. "Quiet," he'd bark, not even turning around. So I played in silence. I built towers out of magazines and knocked them down in slow motion so they wouldn't crash. It was boring. Being afraid is mostly just being bored. You sit there with your knees pulled to your chest, waiting for the grown-up to pass out so you can go to the bathroom without getting yelled at. I didn't have anyone to talk to. No brothers, no sisters, no friends allowed over because the house is a mess, even though the house was empty. That's why I wasn't scared when I saw the shadow. It was a Tuesday. It had been raining for 3 days. The roof was leaking in the bathroom, dripping into a bucket with a steady, maddening rhythm. Dad was on his third glass. He was muttering at the window. I was behind the sofa. I looked up toward this hallway. There was something standing in the doorway. It was huge. It had to hunch its shoulders to fit under the frame. It wore a long, brown robe that looked stiff, like dried mud. It took a step. The heavy fabric crunched like crumbling paper. I pressed myself against the back of the sofa. I stopped breathing. The thing stepped into the living room light. Its face was dark, shiny purple. It was swollen tight, like a balloon about to pop. It didn't have eyes, just 2 puffy slits. It didn't have a nose. Its mouth hung open, crooked, dangling to the left. It breathed a wet, bubbling rattle. I stared at it. I waited for it to grab me. It didn't. It just stood there, swaying back and forth. It turned its head. It looked towards the kitchen. Dad was 10 feet away. He was staring at the window, swirling his drink. "Dad?" I whispered. He didn't hear me, but the thing did. The purple head turned. It ground on its neck. It looked down at me. I squeezed my eyes shut. I heard the crunch of the stiff robe getting closer. I smelled wet dirt and old pennies. Then I felt a cold touch on my head. It patted my hair. It was a jerky, awkward motion. I opened one eye. The thing was kneeling in front of me. The swollen purple face was inches away. A string of spit hung from its crooked mouth. It patted me again. Dad coughed in the kitchen. The thing stood up unfolding like a spider and stepped back into the dark hallway. I touched my hair. It felt cold. He came back the next night, and the night after that. I named him Mr. Purpleface. He usually showed up around 7 when Dad was deep in the bottle. He would stand in the corner by the TV watching. I realized pretty quickly that Dad couldn't see him. Dad would walk right past him to get to the bathroom. He'd shiver, rub his arms, maybe mutter about a draft, but he never looked up. Mr. Purpleface became my secret. I started talking to him. "This is my red truck," I'd whisper, holding it up. Mr. Purpleface would lean down. He'd make that clicking sound deep in his throat. One night, Dad was really bad. He had lost his keys. He was tearing the living room apart, throwing cushions on the floor. "Where are they?" he screamed. He pointed a finger at me. "You took them." "I didn't," I said. "Don't lie to me." He took a step forward. His face was red. He raised his hand. I flinched. Suddenly, Mr. Purpleface moved. He stepped out of the corner. He moved fast. He stood right between me and Dad. He spread his arms out wide. Dad stopped. He blinked. He looked confused. He looked right at Mr. Purpleface's chest. "Jesus," Dad muttered. He rubbed his face. "It's freezing in here." He turned around and stumbled back to the kitchen. Mr. Purpleface turned to me. He knelt down. He patted my head. He stayed there all night, standing guard by the sofa. For 2 years, that was my life. Me, Dad, and the guardian in the hallway. But when I turned 7, things changed. The rain started and didn't stop. The backyard turned into a swamp, and Dad stopped going to work. When Dad stopped going to work, the house felt different. It felt smaller. Before, I had the mornings to myself. I had the time between getting off the bus and him coming home to watch TV and eat snacks and pretend I was a normal kid. But after he lost his job, those hours were gone. He said he got laid off. He said the foreman was an idiot who didn't know the good lumber from scrap. But even at 7 years old, I knew that wasn't true. I knew he got fired because he started smelling like whiskey at breakfast. He didn't leave the house anymore. He moved his life to the kitchen table. He stopped eating. I would come into the kitchen in the morning and the can of chili I opened the night before would still be sitting on the counter. The sauce would be dried out and dark. He just drank, and he watched the yard. It was November and the rain had started. It wasn't a storm. It was just a steady gray drizzle that never stopped. The dirt road turned into sludge. The backyard, which was already overgrown, started to look like a swamp. The water pooled around the swing set. It made the weeds look black and slimy. Dad became obsessed with it. He would sit there with his forehead pressed against the cold glass, fogging it up with his breath. "Look at it," he would mutter. "Just look at the mess." I would stand in the doorway holding my cereal bowl. "Look at what?" "The mud," he said. "It's washing everything out. It's gonna ruin the fence." He turned to look at me. His eyes were red-rimmed and he hadn't shaved in a week. His face looked gray. "Don't go out there," he said. "I won't," I said. "It's raining." "I mean it," he said. He grabbed the edge of the table. "I don't want you tracking that filth into the house. If I see you near that mud, I'll wear you out." He wasn't yelling. He said it quiet, like he was giving me advice. That was scarier than the yelling. I went back to the living room. Mr. Purpleface was there. He had changed too. In the beginning, he was calm. He was just a statue that stood in the corner. But now that Dad was home all day, Mr. Purpleface was restless. He wouldn't stay in the living room. He walked up and down the hallway, dragging that stiff brown robe on the carpet. He would walk to the edge of the kitchen, stand there for a minute, and then turn around. He seemed agitated. The wet rattling sound in his throat was louder. It sounded like water bubbling in a pot. He started spending a lot of time by the kitchen door. He would stand just out of Dad's line of sight. He would lean his swollen purple head against the doorframe and watch Dad drink. Sometimes he would raise a gray hand and reach out toward Dad. He didn't touch him. He just held his hand in the air like he was trying to grab something he couldn't reach. I tried to ignore it. I tried to play with my cars, but the air in the house was too tight. It felt like a rubber band that was pulled too far. On Thursday, the power went out. It was the middle of the day, but the sky was so dark it looked like night. The rain was coming down harder now. I could hear it hitting the roof. Dad didn't move when the lights went out. He was staring at the yard. "It never stops," he whispered. "Why won't it stop?" He stood up. The chair scraped against the floor. He walked to the back door and opened it. The wind blew rain into the kitchen. It soaked the front of his shirt, but he didn't seem to notice. He stood there gripping the door frame, staring at the rose bushes. "Hey!" he yelled. It was the first time I heard him scream at the yard. "That's my property," he screamed. "Get off my property." I was hiding behind the sofa. I looked out the window. There was nobody in the yard. It was just rain and weeds. "I see you," Dad yelled at the empty yard. "You don't think I see you? I know what you're doing." Mr. Purpleface stepped out of the hallway. He walked past me. He didn't look at me this time. He moved fast. He walked right into the kitchen. The gray light from the open door hit him. His skin looked wet. The purple face shone like oil. He walked up behind Dad. He stood so close his chest was almost touching Dad's back. Dad was still screaming at the rain. "Get away from there. Leave it alone." Mr. Purpleface leaned down. He put his face right next to Dad's ear. I thought he was going to bite him. I thought he was going to tear Dad's throat out. But he didn't. He just opened his mouth. The crooked jaw hung loose. He breathed a loud, wet rattle right in Dad's ear. Dad froze. He stopped screaming mid-word. He went rigid. He slapped his hand over his ear like a bug had flown into it. He spun around. Mr. Purpleface was standing right there. He was towering over Dad, but Dad looked right through him. Dad looked at the empty air where Mr. Purpleface's chest was. He looked around the kitchen wild-eyed. "Who's there?" Dad whispered. "Who did that?" Mr. Purpleface didn't move. He just stared down at Dad, with those swollen, shut eyes. Dad backed up until he hit the counter. He was breathing hard. He looked terrified. "Is somebody in here?" Dad yelled. His voice cracked. I'll call the cops. I have a gun." He didn't have a gun. He grabbed the whiskey bottle off the table and held it like a club. "Show yourself," Dad screamed. Mr. Purpleface leaned forward again. He reached out a long, gray finger. He poked Dad in the chest. Dad gasped. He looked down at his shirt. He touched the spot where the finger had hit him. "Cold," Dad whimpered. "It's so cold." Dad ran. He didn't run at the ghost. He ran past him. He scrambled out of the kitchen and ran down the hall to his bedroom. He slammed the door so hard the pictures on the wall shook. I heard the lock click. I was left alone in the living room. Mr. Purpleface turned around. He looked at me. He didn't look scary anymore. He looked sad. He walked over to where I was hiding. He crumpled down to the floor. His stiff robe crunched. He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were freezing. We sat there for a long time listening to the rain and the sound of Dad crying in his bedroom. That weekend was the longest of my life. Dad didn't come out of his room for a day. I had to eat peanut butter out of the jar with a spoon. When he finally came out, he looked worse. His eyes were sunk deep in his head. He was shaking. He went straight to the kitchen. He didn't even look at me. He opened a new bottle. He sat at the table and resumed his watch. The rain didn't stop. It just kept coming. The backyard was a lake now. The water was brown and muddy. On Monday night, I woke up. It was quiet. The rain had slowed down to a drizzle. I heard a sound in the living room. It sounded like scratching. I got out of bed and crept to the door. Mr. Purpleface was standing at the back door in the kitchen. Dad had finally passed out. He was slumped over the table, his head resting on his arms. He was snoring. Mr. Purpleface was standing right next to him, but he wasn't looking at Dad. He was looking at the door. He was scratching at the wood with his gray fingernails. He wanted out. I walked into the kitchen. I stayed near the wall so I wouldn't wake Dad up. "Mr. Purpleface?" I whispered. He stopped scratching. He turned his swollen head towards me. He pointed at the door. Then he pointed at the lock. He wanted me to open it. I shook my head. "Dad said no," I whispered. "Dad said I can't go near the mud." Mr. Purpleface tilted his head. He made a soft sound. It wasn't the rattle. It sounded like a whimper. He pointed at the door again. Then he pointed at the rose bushes out in the dark yard. He just pointed. His gray finger rested on the glass. I looked out. I couldn't see anything. It was just black shapes and rain. "Is something out there?" I asked. Mr. Purpleface didn't answer. He just stared at the yard. He stood there for a long time. Then he lowered his hand. He looked defeated. He turned back to the window and just watched the darkness. I went back to bed. The next day was Tuesday, the day everything ended. Tuesday night was when it ended. It was raining hard. The sound of it hitting the roof was loud enough to drown out the TV. I went to bed early because Dad was in a mood. He had been pacing the kitchen for hours, muttering to himself. He had finished one bottle and started another. I put my pillow over my head, but I could still hear his heavy footsteps vibrating through the floor. I fell asleep eventually. I woke up because the door to my bedroom slammed open. The hallway light was on. Dad was standing in my doorway. He looked huge. His shirt was unbuttoned and stained with sweat. He was holding the neck of the whiskey bottle in his right hand. "Get up," he said. His voice was thick. He was drunker than I had ever seen him. I sat up. I was shaking. "What?" "Get up," he yelled. "Stop hiding in here." He came into the room. He grabbed my arm. His grip was bruising. He dragged me out of bed. "Dad, you're hurting me," I cried. "Shut up," he spat. "I'm sick of you sneaking around. I'm sick of you looking at me like that." He pulled me down the hallway. I tried to dig my heels into the carpet, but he was too strong. He dragged me into the kitchen. The bright fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The back door was cracked open just a little bit, letting the cold rain blow in. He shoved me towards the corner. I slipped on the linoleum and fell hard on my knees. "Please," I whispered. Dad didn't hear me. He was breathing hard, his face red and twisted. He looked at me with pure hate. It wasn't about the rain. It wasn't about the yard. He just wanted to hurt something. "I'll give you a roof over your head," he shouted. "And you just sit there, you judge me." He raised the bottle. He held it like a club. He took a step towards me. He pulled his arm back to swing. I curled into a ball on the floor. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my head with my hands. I waited for the glass to hit me, but it didn't. The air in the kitchen changed. It smelled like wet dirt. I opened my eyes. Mr. Purpleface was standing over me. He had stepped over the shadows. He was standing between me and Dad. He was facing Dad. He looked huge under the kitchen lights. His brown robe was stiff and wet. Mud was dripping off the hem onto the clean floor. He had his arms spread out wide. He was shielding me. Dad stopped mid-swing. He blinked. He looked at the space in front of him. At first, he looked confused. He squinted like he couldn't focus on the thing standing there. Then his eyes got wide. He dropped the bottle. It shattered on the floor. Brown whiskey splashed over his boots. Dad took a step back. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. "You," Dad whispered. He looked up at the swollen purple face. He looked at the flat nose. He looked at the crooked jaw hanging loose. Dad let out a sound that didn't sound human. It was a high-pitched squeak. "No," Dad said. He held his hands up in front of his face. "No, stay back." Mr. Purpleface took a step forward. He leaned down. He put his face right in front of Dad's face. Dad screamed. It was a scream of pure terror. He scrambled backwards. He slipped on the wet floor and fell hard. He crab walked backward into the corner by the stove. "Get away," Dad shrieked. He was kicking his legs into the air. "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Mr. Purpleface just stood there blocking me. Dad was curled up in a ball covering his head. He was sobbing. He was screaming about rocks and dirt. "I put you back," Dad yelled. "I put you back." I stayed on the floor behind Mr. Purpleface. I didn't move. Then I saw blue lights flashing in the window. The neighbors must have heard the screaming. I heard the front door get kicked open. "Police! Police!" 2 officers ran into the kitchen. They had guns out. They saw Dad in the corner screaming at the empty air. They saw the broken bottle, and they saw me on the floor crying. But they didn't see Mr. Purpleface. "Drop the weapon," one cop yelled at Dad, even though Dad wasn't holding anything. Dad didn't hear them. He was pointing at Mr. Purpleface. "She's right there," Dad screamed. "She's right there. Don't let her touch me." The cops grabbed him. They wrestled him onto his stomach. They put handcuffs on him. Dad was still screaming. "She came up. The rain washed her up." A lady officer came over to me. She picked me up, and she carried me out of the kitchen. As we walked down the hall, I looked back over her shoulder. Mr. Purpleface was still standing in the kitchen. He was watching them take Dad away. He raised one gray hand and waved at me. Then he stepped back into the shadows. I sat in the back of a police car, wrapped in a blanket. I watched them put Dad in another car. I thought he was going to jail for trying to hit me. I thought he was going to jail for being drunk. I didn't know the real reason. Not then. Social services took me that night. A few days later, my grandparents came to get me. My mom's parents. I hadn't seen them since I was a baby. They took me to their house 3 towns over. It was quiet there. Safe. I never went back to the house at the end of the dirt road. I lived with my grandparents until I was 18. They were good people. They lived in a brick house 3 towns over. They had a golden retriever and a backyard with a pool. There were no weeds. There were no roses. They never talked about my dad. They never talked about the house at the end of the dirt road. I went to therapy for a few years. The shrink told me I had an overactive imagination. She said Mr. Purpleface was a coping mechanism. She said I created a protector because my father was scary and I was lonely. It made sense. I wanted it to be true, so I believed her. I grew up, I went to college, I got a job in IT. I tried to be normal. I didn't think about the house for a long time. Last week, my phone rang. It was a lawyer from the state. He told me my father was dead. He died in the infirmary at the state prison. His liver finally gave out. I didn't feel sad. I didn't feel happy either. I just felt nothing. It was like hearing about a stranger dying on the news. The lawyer told me there was no assets. The house had been foreclosed on 20 years ago. There was no money. But, the lawyer said, there was a box of personal effects. He listed you as next of kin. Do you want it, or should we dispose of it? I almost said dispose of it. I just wanted to say it. Send it, I said. I don't know why. Maybe I just needed to see it to believe he was really gone. The box arrived yesterday. It was a small cardboard box taped shut with heavy packing tape. I put it on my kitchen table. I stared at it for an hour before I got a knife. I cut the tape. It smelled like him. Even after 20 years, it smelled like stale tobacco and mildew. It was mostly trash. A cheap watch, a lighter, a stack of letters he wrote to me but never mailed. I didn't read them. At the bottom of the box, there was a manila envelope. I opened it. Inside was a stack of old Polaroids. They were curling at the corners. The colors were faded and orange. I flipped through them. There was a picture of a truck I didn't recognize. There was a picture of the lumber yard. There was a picture of me as a baby sitting on a blanket in the grass. And then I found it. The last photo in the stack. It was taken in the kitchen. The old kitchen with the yellow linoleum and the fluorescent lights. Dad was sitting at the table. He was younger. He wasn't bloated from the drink yet. He was smiling at the camera, holding up a beer. Standing next to him with her arm around his shoulder was a woman. My mother. I had never seen a picture of her before. Grandparents didn't keep any around. She was small. She had dark hair and a shy smile. She looked happy. But I stopped breathing when I saw what she was wearing. It was a housecoat. A long, brown, quilted robe that went down to her ankles. In the photo, it looked soft. It looked warm. But I knew that robe. I remembered the sound it made when it scraped the wall. I remembered how it dragged on the carpet. I remembered how stiff it was, caked in dried mud from the backyard. I leaned in closer. I looked at the collar of the robe. It had a pattern. Small, stitched diamonds. My hand started to shake. I remembered that pattern. I used to stare at that exact pattern when I was hiding behind the sofa praying for Dad to pass out. I looked at her face. It was smooth. It was unblemished. She had a small nose, she had bright eyes, and she had a straight, happy smile. I closed my eyes. Suddenly, I was back in that living room. I could smell the wet dirt. I could hear the wet, rattling breath. I could see the swollen, purple skin, the flat nose, the crooked jaw hanging loose. I remembered the way she stood between me and him. I remember the way she spread her arms out to take up the space so he couldn't get to me. I put the photo down on the table. For 20 years, I thought she left me. Dad said she ran off. He said she didn't want a family. But she didn't run off. She was there the whole time. She was standing in the hallway, watching him. She was waiting for the rain to wash the dirt away so she could come back inside. She never left me. And wow, just what a story. And I think what we can assume here, I don't want to speculate too much out of respect for the author and his story, but I think we can assume that the father got arrested for killing his wife. And he buried his wife in the backyard. And that's the reason he always stared out at the backyard while drinking, because most likely he couldn't live with himself and he just felt so sad, and he was super worried about the rain because the rain would wash her up because she was buried back there. And that's just what I assume happened. I don't want to speculate too much. And he eventually got arrested for the murder of his wife and the OP's mother, or the author's mother. Very, very sad story, but it's kind of wholesome at the same time that the kid's mother never left her, you know? Yeah, that's a very, very emotional story, kind of wholesome at the end, but very sad. Yeah, very unique story. I've never read anything sort of like that. But anyways, on to the next one. I woke up to a stranger in my apartment. He says he lives here. I'm always so tired after going home. The fluorescent scream of the office lights still echoes behind my eyes. Even here in the blessed dimness of the stairwell, I climb 3 flights, each step feeling like I'm dragging an anvil chained to my ankle. My key finds the lock on apartment 3B. My lock. The deadbolt thunks open. I shoulder the door in, smelling the faint, comforting ghost of last night's cheap instant noodles and the dusty warmth trapped inside. I don't even make it to the bedroom. The sagging, familiar embrace of my old couch in the living room calls out. I sink into it, the springs groaning their familiar complaint beneath my weight. The fabric smells faintly of dust and me as sleep drags me under. A few hours later, I jolt awake in terror as a hand grabs my shoulder and shakes me violently. Hey! Hey! Someone shouts. I jerk awake, gasping, disoriented. Silver moonlight cuts the room into sharp shapes and deep, pooling shadows. A man leans over me, his face gaunt with sweat in the gloom. His eyes are wide, wild marbles reflecting the weak light. Get up! What the hell are you doing in my apartment? His voice is a harsh rasp, cutting straight through whatever dream I was trapped in. Panic surges through me. I lurch upright, heart pounding. You're what? I blink hard, trying to steady my vision. No, this is my apartment. This is 3B. I live here. The man takes a step back, just enough to half merge with the shadows by the doorway. Are you out of your damn mind? I live in 3B. What are you even doing here? I don't know who you are, I say, trying to sound firm, authoritative, anything but panicked. But you need to leave before I call the police. Oh, I need to leave? That's rich. You broke into my place and you're threatening me? I run a hand through my hair, eyes flickering to the hallway. Could I shove him out and lock the door? Could I grab my phone? Where is my phone? And call someone? I take a cautious step towards him, hands half raised. Look, I don't know what this is. Maybe you got the wrong floor or something. Or maybe you're confused, but this is my apartment, all right? You don't live here. He stares at me. Then, with sharp, jerking movements, he points towards the kitchenette. Oh yeah? Then tell me that's your owl mug. I follow his finger. A chipped blue owl mug sits on the coffee table like a trap. I blink. That's, I don't know. That's not mine. Damn right it's not, he snaps. That's my mug. And where's my sailboat painting? I had it right there. He jabs a finger toward the wall above the TV. Are you a thief? I turn. My faded Swiss Alps poster is gone. In its place, a garnish print of a sailboat on water so blue it looks fake. Wait, I had a poster there. Mountains, Swiss Alps. I swear it was there. The man just stares at me, chest rising and falling fast. I hold up my hands like I'm warding off a wild animal. Okay. Maybe I screwed up. My voice wavers, half swallowed by the silence. Maybe Maybe I'm wrong. I must have come in the wrong door. I didn't mean to. Shit, I'm so sorry. I take a step back, knees weak. I'll go, all right? I'll get my stuff and go. But something stops me. I glance back at the coffee table, at that blue owl mug. It's not just unfamiliar. It's wrong. The eyes aren't painted right. They're uneven. One stares forward, the other's cocked sideways, like it's watching the hallway behind me. The man hasn't moved. His expression has changed. Less angry now. More uncertain. His eyes flick from the wall to the table to me. I don't, remember this table being glass, he says quietly. I look down. The table's wood. It's always been wood. What are you talking about? I ask, but my voice is too soft to sound confrontational. No, it was glass, he mutters. Round, had a chip on the edge from when I dropped the takeout. This one's wood, square, and that lamp. He turns slowly. That's not my lamp. Something creaks in the bedroom. Neither of us moves. I think, he says, breath fogging lightly in the suddenly cold air, I think this isn't your apartment. Or mine. The frantic anger is gone, replaced by a mirror of my own icy fear. Keys, he grasps, digging into his pocket with trembling fingers. He pulls out a key ring. We need to get out of here. We'll figure out what the hell's going on outside. My own keys are cold, heavy lumps in my hand. We don't speak again. The silence is a suffocating presence, thick with the smell of decay and the unnerving feeling of being watched by the very shadows that cling to the walls. The hallway to the door seems longer than it should be. I take a step, and the carpet squelches faintly beneath my foot. I glance down. The floor looks the same. Beige, ugly, a little stained. But now I don't trust it. Behind us, the bedroom door creaks again. Only this time, it doesn't stop. It opens slowly, with the hush of breath sliding between teeth. He doesn't turn. Neither do I. Don't look back, he whispers. His voice shakes. Just walk. We move, inching forward. Every object in the living room seems shifted. The couch leans ever so slightly toward the wall. Cushions caved in like something heavy just rose from them. The bookshelf is missing a shelf. My hand tightens around the key ring. The keys rattle too loudly, like they're trying to call attention to us, like they want something else to hear. We're almost there, I murmur, not sure who I'm trying to reassure, him or myself. The front door is 10 feet away. 8. A soft knock echoes from inside the bedroom. The man beside me flinches. I don't dare look. The temperature drops. My breath fogs the air, hangs there, then drifts backward against the laws of physics. I choke on it. This place, this thing, it's copying us. Badly. The front door looms closer now, but the handle seems off, longer than I remember. He reaches the door first, his hand trembling violently as he tries to jam his key into the deadbolt. It scrapes uselessly against the plate. It won't fit. Panic edges back into his voice. It should just unlock from inside, I hiss, my hand closing over the cold knob. I twist. It turns freely. Thank God. With a surge of desperate hope, I yank the door open. We stumble out together into the hallway, gasping lungfuls of stagnant, unmoving air. It tastes thick with dust and that same underlying damp decay. The hallway light fixture is shattered, glass shards glittering dully on the floor below. Weak, gray, pre-dawn light filters from a grimy window at the far end, revealing a scene that stops us dead. The hallway is a ruin. Wallpaper hangs in long, moldering strips, revealing crumbling plaster underneath. The carpet is threadbare, stained with dark, unidentifiable patches, pulled up in places to show warped floorboards. Doors to other apartments hang askew on broken hinges, revealing glimpses of darkness within. Cobwebs thick as gauze drape the corners and the ceiling. The air is frigid, smelling overwhelmingly of damp rot, mildew, and neglect. Utter, absolute desolation. This, the man beside me whispers, his voice cracking. This building, it's condemned, look. He points a shaking finger towards a large official notice nailed crookedly to the wall opposite my door. Our door. Apartment 3B. The notice is faded, water-stained, but the bold red letters are unmistakable. Condemned. Structurally unsound. Entry prohibited. My blood turns to ice. We both slowly turn to look back at the door we just emerged from. Apartment 3B. The wood is warped, the paint blistered and peeling. A thick layer of grime coats the surface, thick as old moss. The number 3B is barely visible beneath it, the brass digits green with corrosion. The keyhole looks rusted shut. It looks like it hasn't been opened in years. The man raises his hand, slowly, like lifting the key cost him something. I look down at mine, both identical. Both for 3B. Both seemingly useless against the decayed reality before us, yet they worked moments ago. He meets my eyes. Our keys hang limp in our hands. The only sound is the frantic hammering of our hearts in the silence, and then the shadows behind the door shift. At first, I almost miss it. Just a flicker of movement in the dark. A smudge of black deeper than the shadows. But then it pushes forward. Slow and deliberate. It isn't a person. Not quite. The shape doesn't hold together right. Limbs bend where they shouldn't. Joints jutting at broken angles. Where a face should be, there's only a hollowed out suggestion of one. Like a mask left too close to a flame. And the worst part? The hallway isn't big enough for it. The ceiling should scrape its skull. The wall should press against its shoulders. But it keeps coming anyway, folding itself into the space like it's bending the apartment around it. The shape tilts its head. My ribs clamp tight, breath trapped like a live thing in my throat. The man beside me makes a sound. Not quite a whimper, maybe a prayer. A wet crack splits the silence. The door frame splinters, just a hairline fracture, but it sounds like a gunshot in the still air. We run. Stairs blur underfoot. We don't stop until concrete turns to asphalt, until the sky bleeds dawn. Our eyes meet, a silent scream passing between us. My stomach drops as reality rearranges itself in my mind. This isn't right. The street signs are unfamiliar, the buildings wear strange colors, and that terrible, clawing realization. I don't live in an apartment. I own a house, a blue colonial with hydrangeas out front. A mailbox with mine and Olivia's name painted on the side. A garage where my daughter's bike leans against the wall. Cold sweat trickles down my back. How did we get inside that place? Who let us in? But the most chilling question lingers between us. Unspoken. What in God's name did we just escape from? And alright guys, that wraps up some horrifying Reddit horror stories. And this was a long video, 2.5 hours. Hopefully you enjoyed. Would you like to see more long videos in the future? Would you like to see more Reddit horror stories in the future? If so, please drop a comment down below, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Spotify, follow me on Instagram, all that jazz. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. It means the world. And if you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you'll enjoy other videos on the channel. So please check out some other videos on the channel. And yeah, thank you so much for watching to the end. It means the world. And this was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some shocking Reddit confession threads. You guys have been loving the Reddit confession threads, so I'm going to keep recording them as long as you guys keep watching them. So comment down below and let me know if you'd like to see another one in the future. And today, like the title says, we have some shocking, terrifying, depressing, and horrifying confessions. And yeah, this video will be long enough already, so I'll keep this intro short, but make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, And I just want to say thank you so much for stopping by and watching the channel. It means the world. And sit back, relax, and without further ado, let's get into some shocking Reddit confession threads. I left my wife because I thought she was cheating. She became a H addict. I found out she never cheated. Disclaimer: I have always been an emotional, stupid, dumbass wrecking ball of a person. I wish I could say this was out of the norm. I've been in therapy since I was 11 years old. I met my wife in 2005 in a nightclub in Lower Manhattan, and she was an amazing person, and we connected right away. We dated, then got married in 2007. I was 23, she was 25. But we were in love, and to us, it didn't really matter. We actually had a good marriage, and I loved her, and she loved me. I was shocked at how much we got along for so many years. Meanwhile, most people in relationships started to hate me almost like after 3 months. She still adored me after 7 years, but leave it up to me to screw that up completely. In 2014, I had suspicions she was cheating on me. Not strong suspicions, but she had a coworker who she was friends with who was, well, really attractive. I just thought, why be friends with this guy? She didn't often make friends with her coworkers. Why this guy specifically? Because he was hot? She was secretive about him, which made me way more suspicious. I remember one day she told me that she had a secret about him, which she would eventually tell me. I probably should have listened and understood what she said more. The hints she was dropping seem really obvious in retrospect. I didn't get any of her hints. For a bit, she got defensive over the phone. That was when I sort of began really suspecting things. One day, I checked her phone, and all I saw was him texting her saying he really needs to speak to her right now. Like a bunch of texts. Also texts about inappropriate, intimate stuff. But it was really the "I need to see you now" texts which really threw me off. I didn't even confront her. That's the worst part. I just left and went to New Mexico to go stay with my parents. I was so sure she cheated on me. Nothing could convince me otherwise. I was so hurt that I became S-word for a tiny bit. Then I went to therapy and got better. But I blocked her in every possible way I could. She had no idea why I left. My therapist kept telling me to contact her. I never listened. I actually lied to my therapist and said I did. There were some times where she called my parents and I talked to her and just said that I knew she was cheating and that I couldn't be with her, and that was that, and then I just hung up. It was too horrible and emotional, and I just wanted to put it all behind me somehow. I wanted to act as if it never happened. I didn't have the balls to deal with it. I didn't file divorce papers at that time. I never explained anything further than that. I just hung up. In 2015, I painfully reconnected with her. I never told her why I left. I felt horrible, but I also felt angry at her for cheating on me. I never wanted to know who she cheated on me with or what the situation was. I just wanted her out of my life. But when I finally connected with her, I just found an entirely new person. She was in and out of rehab. She was a pill addict. She said it started after I left her, that she had a lot of pills left over from a surgery she had. She had a knee surgery in 2013 and started taking them a lot to deal with the pain of me leaving her. Then she connected with her friend who started selling pills to her. Anyways, after a bit more of talking with her online over quite a few weeks, I eventually told her the situation as to why I thought she cheated. It was sort of this unspoken thing beforehand. I told her I didn't want her to bring it up. Then I just asked her straight up, and she told me that was her coworker, and he was gay. She hung out with him a lot, and he would often call her and text her to come over so they could talk about his problems. I checked his Facebook, and he came out officially as gay in 2014. Before that, he was in the closet. Also, the inappropriate, intimate stuff they were talking about suddenly made so much sense. They were comparing the way women and men have intimate times to the way men have intimate with men. But it didn't seem obvious by the text I read. It just kind of sounded like they were planning to do intimate time with each other. In retrospect, it seemed painfully obvious, but at the time it wasn't. I just wish I didn't fucking freak out and leave. I think if I ever mentioned his name, it would have clicked for her. And she would have told me why it was just a misunderstanding. But she had zero idea why I suspected her of cheating. I left my wife, never spoke to her again, and went halfway across the country over a misspoken series of texts that I read because I was a sneaky fucking bastard and I was too emotional to even ask my wife what the problem was. I just left. I never asked her to clarify anything. She would go on to become a H addict from a pill addict. She posts sometimes about how she is 3 weeks sober, but it's never longer than that. I'm basically an alcoholic and live near my parents in Albuquerque. I have zero interest in finding a girlfriend. Instead, I have a bunch of meaningless one-night stands when I go out on weekends. I am almost always hammered and booger sugared up or Adderalled up when I go out on the weekends. I sort of have friends, but not really. They're just a bunch of alcoholics and party people in the area who I link up with on weekends. I can't be away from my parents now. They're the only people I enjoy being around. I'm just an emotionally fragile mess who feels like they completely ruined someone's life over something so stupid. I know it sounds stupid, but for the past few years, my parents are the only friends I have, and the only people I really see besides the people at my job and the woman I sleep with, who I never make connections with. I cannot help but think I will literally never get out of this. The fact that I ruined her life over this. I go to therapy, but it doesn't help enough. I still sometimes talk to her. We officially got divorced. Nothing split in 2017. She is a H addict, and I am horribly depressed, so we have some relations, but I can't help but think that I ruined her life far, far more than I ruined mine. And the worst part is, the only reason I am in pain is because I ruined her life. And just, man, that's such a insane confession. Yeah, that's just a good reason to not jump to conclusions. Even one of the top comments says, "Damn, dude, I'll remember this next time I want to jump to conclusions." But wow, I mean, he just read something on his girlfriend's phone or his wife's phone. Seemed intimate, seemed, like she was cheating, and he just flipped out, moved across the country, and ruined her life. Wow, I hope the OP is doing better now. I really do. I mean, it's been 7 years since this post. 7 years is a long, long time, and who knows what the OP is doing now. I just hope the OP is doing better now. I hope the OP's wife or ex-wife is doing better now, because, yeah, by the end of this post, it didn't seem like either of them were in a good spot at all. But 7 years is a long time to hopefully heal, and hopefully they are doing better now. There hasn't been a single update from the OP. This is the only post on the OP's entire Reddit account, so I just have to hope that they're doing better, but there's no way to know. And now let's read some top comments. Someone says, "You effed up. You still love her. She loved you. She might still. Reach out to her and explain what happened and ask for forgiveness. It might work. It might not. Either way, it sounds like you need each other." And I mean, a lot of the comments are just kind of flaming the OP for reasons that are obvious. But yeah, geez, that is just such a sad post, such a depressing post. And as the title of this video is so shocking, that's how he ruined his life and her life, by just jumping to conclusions, doing something irrational. And I hope we can all learn a lesson from this and, say that let's not jump to conclusions and instead talk to one another and figure stuff out, because jumping to conclusions really doesn't help anybody. And so, yeah, like I said earlier, I just hope the OP and the OP's ex-wife is doing better now. I'm dying and have told nobody. This might be somewhat long, but I basically just made this Reddit account to talk about it. Some introductions first. I'm 22 male, and for the greater part of a year, I have noticed myself growing gradually weaker. I am an avid golfer who used to be able to hit drives upwards of 290 to 300 yards. Now I'm lucky to hit it 220 to 230 yards. In addition, I am also someone who used to enjoy jogging until multiple repetitive falls, more or less, forced me to quit. There are other symptoms that raise concern, but I won't bore anyone with the extensive details. At any rate, about 6 months I had my initial consultation with my neurologist, and he was very dismissive of my symptoms, saying they were likely caused by anxiety and to not read further into it. After some protest on my part, he agreed to perform some diagnostic testing in a few months if nothing had improved. 4 months go by, and of course, things got worse. Perplexed, my neurologist ordered an EMG, which, if you did not know, is a test which involves measuring the activity of nerves in the body through the use of needle electrodes. Sounds awful, truly was not that bad. As the test began, the technician was very amicable and talkative, but as soon as the first needle went into my arm, her demeanor changed immediately, as if any levity had suddenly been drained from her. That was the first time I began to truly worry. Upon completing the test, she immediately sent the results to my neurologist, who, that very same day, arranged for additional testing including, but not limited to, MRI, extensive neurological exam, strength tests, and an additional EMG, the whole shebang, to be completed within the week. At any rate, following the completion of the second EMG, this time by my neurologist himself, I was summoned into his office. After jotting down some quick notes and doing some mental aerobics, he asked very politely for me to sit down, and before the words even left his mouth, I immediately knew what was going to come out. And that's essentially the story of how I went from being a perfectly normal 22-year-old to being told that I had Lou Gehrig's disease and 3 to 5 years of life left. And I just quickly looked up Lou Gehrig's disease, and apparently it's a progressive neurological disorder that attacks every nerve cell in the brain and spinal cord, causing loss of voluntary muscle control, weakness, and eventually paralysis, with death often resulting from respiratory failure, though mental function remains intact. So that is beyond terrifying. And then the OP continues saying, all things considered, I consider myself extremely fortunate that I still have most of faculties about me for the time being. But on to the reason I made this post. Since my diagnosis, which was about 2 months ago, I have yet to tell anyone in person about it. My family and I have never been particularly close, and most of my friends are college buddies who now live close to 500 miles away. Of course, everyone is bound to find out eventually, but I would honestly be okay if they never did. The mere thought of burdening everyone as I slowly turn into furniture is almost more debilitating than the knowledge that my body is growing slightly more useless every day. I know it is the right choice to garner a support system, but it's almost as if I don't really want one. I just want to disappear, forgotten by all those who would otherwise pity my circumstances. I'm fully aware that I have no choice in the matter. This is just my way of exercising some minor control over my life before I lose control over everything else. And I mean, God, that is just so depressing and so terrifying, because with ALS, it's just a slow deterioration of your body. And it's not like, I mean, all horrible terminal diseases are like that, but like, it's just terrifying how you just slowly lose muscle function, but you remain intact in your brain, and then you just can't use your body anymore, and then you just eventually die. I mean, that is terrifying and so depressing. And now let's get into some top comments. Someone says, maybe this won't make you feel better, OP, but at the very least, knowing that you have 3 to 5 years allows you to prioritize the things you want to do in the time you have left. Young people die suddenly every day and never get the chance to think about what they would have or should have done. We're all going to die eventually. And personally, I hope I'm one of the people who gets plenty of advance warning. But of course, I'm sure it's different when you're actually in that position. Anyway, don't worry about paying back your student loans, your credit card debt, or watching what you eat. Go do whatever the heck you want to do. Enjoy your freedom. And then someone replies saying, 3 of those last years could be him lying in a hospital bed 24/7, unable to talk, eat, swallow, or breathe properly. The pulmonary system is the last to give in, and ALS patients often spend a long time absolutely paralyzed before actual biological death occurs. I'm really sorry to be a spoil sport here, but it could be only even a few months before he's bedbound. One of my patients had less than a year from the initial diagnosis, weak right arm, unsteady balance, until the last stage where he/she was in a ventilator, only able to blink. It took him/her actually several years in that state to die. Jesus, man. Someone else says, unless you have a highly toxic relationship with your mother, tell her. I'm fighting back tears just thinking that it could be my son hiding something so serious from me. Mothers usually only want what is best for their children, for them to be happy and healthy. Give her the chance to be there for you. You will need help down the line. You will need someone to speak and advocate for you. Someone who only has your best interests at heart. Often that is a mother or a spouse. And yeah, that is just so sad. And the final comment I'll read is, holy shit, dude, I'm so sorry. I don't advocate S word, but I think in that circumstance, I would live my life as well as I possibly could for as long as I could, and then get it medically assisted if at all possible. Cheers, mate. Live and love as hard as you can. I can't do much, but I'll raise a glass for you. And then the OP actually responds to this saying, as it were, one of the first things I considered post-diagnosis was S word. Even though it is undeniably a self-centered thing to do, I can't envision myself peacefully living out my final days locked inside my own bodily prison. That, in my opinion, is nothing short of sheer torture. And yeah, that is so haunting. And this was posted 9 years ago. And it's been 9 years since the OP made a comment, so we can only assume the worst, that the OP has since passed away. Hopefully the OP lived out their final days doing what they loved. And wow, that just really hits. I mean, hits hard. I mean, it's so shocking and so sad and so depressing to be diagnosed with something, especially so young, 22. And he only found out he had a few years left to live, and the final years might not even be really living. They will be, like he said, trapped inside his bodily prison. Wow. Yeah, super sad. And I mean, the OP's name is Enter Oblivion, which we can only assume relates to death, entering the oblivion of whatever, death. I mean, yeah, that is just really sad. And rest in peace, the OP. I hope he's in a better place now. Back in the 1980s, I used to run drugs, guns, and women between 2 major cities. I did some terrible things. Ask me anything. On this, the day before Thanksgiving, I keep thinking about how blessed I am with the life I now have. A loving family, a successful career, a beautiful wife who I love more than anything. At the same time, I cringe during this time of the year when I think back to the life I used to lead. All the names and locations in this confession have been fabricated, but with a nod to old memories not being 100% reliable, what I shall confess here is true. Also, before I begin, let me state that I'm not proud of this period of my life. I'm absolutely ashamed about it. Out of high school, I went to work at a manufacturing plant that my father and his before him had both worked at their entire lives. I made pretty decent money and owned my first house when I was only 19, while most of my friends were working shitty jobs and living in small, shitty dorms at various universities. I thought of them as suckers at the time. But despite my decent pay, it was never enough. Enter James, a guy I only barely knew in high school. Like me, he had a fake ID and frequented a very sleazy bar/strip joint just outside of our hometown. I didn't have many friends at that point because most of them were away at university, improving their lives. I guess that's why I gravitated towards James. Eventually, we started hanging out regularly. For a time, I even let him live at my house. One day, James asked me if I'd like to make $400 cash. Who wouldn't? And all I had to do was drive a car of his from the city nearby to a city about 4 hours away. That was it. He'd even given me an extra $50 to buy a bus ticket home after, so I did it without many questions. That's how it began. Every few weeks, he'd ask me if I'd be willing to do anything. And though I knew something shady must be going on, I figured what the hell. All I had to do was drive, drop the car off at a certain address, and then catch a bus back home. Easy money, no questions asked. One day, during one of the drives, the car, which was a junker, they always were, got a flat. When I opened the trunk to get out the spare, I saw a large black duffel bag, the kind hikers use to pack up large tents, but I knew there was no tent inside. When I opened it, I was only mildly surprised to see it filled with guns. I never mentioned the flat or my discovery of the guns to James. The money was too good, and I didn't want to piss him off. But over time, we just eventually, and naturally, cut out all the bullshit. Stopped using code words. Stopped pretending I didn't know what I was doing. About a year later, I knew full well that I was transporting either guns or drugs, and usually both, every other weekend. I asked for and received a raise, $600 a trip plus expenses. I never met the people on the other end during this time. I would just drop off the car at either a house or apartment complex in the other city, then get the fuck out of there. Meanwhile, back at home, James had become my best friend. He knew how to party. He knew everyone at the local bars and strip joints. He must have gotten me laid a dozen times, and I'm talking with girls who were hot as fuck. I had serious girlfriends during this time too, but whenever I had some kind of beef with James, he'd show up at the door with some young hottie that barely spoke English. Some, I suspect, were no older than 16, but they were always very submissive and compliant, and they always showed me a good time. I knew in the back of my head that these girls were being mistreated, that they were most likely escorts, that they were basically slaves. But I ignored all my reservations. I liked having intimate time with them, and I treated them like shit because it made me feel good somehow. Eventually, James asked me to drive 3 girls to the other city and drop them off at a bar. They were transferring, he told me. I agreed. During that drive, one of them tried to escape during a stop at a rest area. She literally threw open the door and took off running as soon as I stopped the car. I chased her down, tackled her, and dragged her back to the car while she wailed in tears and blubbering things in Polish or Russian. After that, I still didn't stop. I ran the girls too, but always bound their ankles together with twine before leaving. I ran them both ways, from my city to the other and back. I still ran the drugs and guns too, and I made a lot of money in the process. Everything began to finally change for me when James had me help him start recruiting locals. I know it's horrible, but the foreign girls were easy to ignore since I never really understood them. Only 1 in 3 ever knew much English, and even then, they were usually quiet. The local girls, they weighed on my conscience. I suddenly saw them as human. One in particular begged me to bring her home, and she was as young as my little sister, so I did. I brought her home. The scariest moment of my life was when James showed up at my house after that. He was furious, and he was caring as always. He actually drew his piece on me. I don't know how, but somehow I talked him down from murdering me right then and there. I did a few more runs for him after that, but no women/girls. Eventually, I got lucky. The plant I worked at had ordered increased production, 7-day work weeks. James knew he couldn't pay me enough to make up for me quitting that job, so he accepted the fact I no longer could be one of his runners. After a few months, he stopped even asking me. I got my shit together. During that time, I became very religious as the guilt for what I had done consumed me. I remain religious to this day, though not so much as back then. Eventually, I ended up becoming one of these suckers I used to sneer at. I went back to school, I got a degree, and I've been working in my field of study ever since. No idea why I got so lucky. Had I been pulled over once in any of those drives, I would have been fucked. Those days will forever haunt my nightmares. When I think of those poor girls especially, my own daughters are older than some of the ones I essentially R-worded back then. To this day too. Whenever I read about a shooting in that city I brought so many guns to, I wonder if possibly one of the weapons had been delivered there by me. The drug ODs too, the lives ruined by the drugs. Jesus, help me. But you can ask me anything if you want in the meantime. And before we move on to the comments, I just want to say quickly, this is such a different confession than usual. I mean, this isn't Ask Me Anything, a drug runner, a weapon runner. This is so much different than usual. And right off the bat, I just have to say, it's great that the OP got out of it when he could and didn't stay in that life for much longer. I mean, it's horrible for what he did, but I'm glad he feels some sort of remorse for it and he feels sorry for what he did and is hopefully doing better now or trying to give back to his community or do something because, yeah, that life usually doesn't leave a lot of people. But anyways, let's get into some comments. Someone asks, saying, I know this is hypothetical, but if the plant hadn't increased production or if he matched the money, would you have stayed in? Was it just this that made you stop? Or were you leaning towards getting out already? And then the OP responds saying, if the plant hadn't increased the production, I would probably have tried to find a way to get out anyway. I was almost entirely clean of drugs at this point, and the guilt of what I had been doing, combined with my realization that I was risking my life and freedom, had me thinking of ways to get out. But James was a scary man when he wanted to be. I had seen it. I knew I couldn't just go to him and say I wanted out. The increased production gave me the perfect excuse. While he was pissed about it, James just told me I had to do what I had to do. If he had promised to match the money, I'd still have tried to get out, but it would have been more tempting to stay in probably because that work was a lot easier and I was still struggling with my sobriety. Someone else says, do you know what happened to James? Where is he now? And then the OP responds saying, James ended up moving for reasons I don't know. The last communication I ever received from him was a letter asking me if I'd be interested in joining him in a new business venture. I never replied to that letter. Years later, I found out he died from an OD. According to the Social Security Death Index, he died half a country away shortly after he sent me that letter. And then the commenter replies saying, sad stuff, man. Glad you got out of it and turned your life around. And then the OP responds saying, thanks. The really hard thing is looking into my past and seeing such evil. I can blame the drugs and my youth and the appeal of money, but at the end of the day, I know I was just an evil son of a bitch. Those girls. I think about those girls all the time. I often wonder what they're doing now. If they ever escaped. But I can't find out because I never knew their names. I wish we had never adopted this kid. My wife and I had been trying for a couple of years to have our own kids, but we found out we could not. So we went the way we had talked about many times before and went through adoption because, hey, every kid needs a home, right? That's when we came across our now adopted son, Nate. Names changed, of course. Nate was the son of a horrible mom who fucked who she could for drugs, money, etc. His biological father had some sense and convinced mom to put all three of her kids. Nate was the only one of his. The other two, a brother and sister, were from unknown/different fathers. She agreed. And that was when Nate was about 6. He was technically removed due to deplorable living conditions and abuse, but she didn't fight to keep him. We met him for the first time last year. I was sketchy on him. He appeared to have ADHD. Not a deal breaker, but wouldn't have been my first choice. He never looked at us. Jumped up and ran around the restaurant we met at and had a hard time focusing. Hell, he's a 9-year-old kid. Kids have a hard time sitting still and get nervous, I figured. My wife fell in love with him. I was still sketchy about it, but we had met other kids, so he wasn't our first choice at the time. We started getting more info on him, planned on meeting him more, etc. It was a learning curve. We took him to Chuck E. Cheese just to hang with him for all day. He was all over the place. Kids, no biggie. We started finding out more from the foster parents, who we didn't care for. They seemed to be brainwashing their kids and seemed to be in it for the money. Nothing major, but I was still being cautious. We figured maybe he had either ADHD or some high-functioning autism. Again, not a deal breaker, but it was something I'm not used to. My wife had experience, volunteer, and career with special needs children. He seemed to be growing on us. Called us mom and dad once. We started having fun together. It seemed to be a good fit. We noticed, closer to the day we took him home for 6 months before finalizing the adoption, he had addictions. Mostly video games. Not too unusual. Again, he's a kid. Kids are supposed to love video games. Fuck, we both like them. Why not? But he became aggressive. Like, wouldn't listen to you, and if you turned them off or threatened to take them away, he'd become violent and throw the controller, kick in a chair, etc. We nipped that in the ass as soon as possible, limiting him and explaining why. We eventually took it away altogether. Maybe explain later. He saw a therapist, psychologist, optometrist, general physician, and several other professionals. One diagnosed him with ADHD, another thought autism, another thought reactive attachment disorder. All seemed less than great, but we're attached. We'd get through this. That was about a year ago now. Ever since then, at least every other day, if not every day, we have to put him in restraints. All okay per DHS, his therapist, and others. We've had to get onto him. We've tried different reward systems. We've tried starting nice/second chances. We've tried everything we can think of. Fuck, even trying to show unconditional love when we feel nearly defeated. He's constantly lying about everything and anything. He plays dumb. He threatens to be bad, which we aren't afraid of. We've shown him many times we're not afraid of him. He breaks things. He has no emotions, anything. Never shows remorse unless he's told to. Tell them you're sorry. Does what he wants, even when he knows it's going to get things taken away. He's tried and somewhat succeeded to hurt his dog several times because he wants to see how it feels pain. He's been pure hell. He understands, but he doesn't care, from what we can tell. Just tonight, we had a date night and dropped him off to a parents' night out group at the local Y. We had a great time just being able to be ourselves. We get back, I go in to pick him up. The assistants there pull me aside and tell me he has caught trying to, well, not so much trying, he did grab several girls' parts twice. That was all the info I needed. I grabbed him, a bit embarrassed, brought him to the car, and had him explain to my wife what happened. Of course, we've been talking to him for several hours now, explaining why that was bad, etc. But again, he shows no remorse and just makes up excuse after excuse. Long story short, he wanted to, and so he did. After everything we've been through, I honestly regret adopting him. I don't know if I'd adopt again if I was given the chance. Even if given the chance to go back in time and change my mind on him and switch to another kid, I don't think I would. We'd be much happier without him, or any other child in our home. I wish Nate had never come into our lives, and I'm pretty sure my wife wishes the exact same thing. And now let's get into some comments, and boy, these comments are honest and harsh. Let's get into it. Give him back to the state. It's not worth it to keep him. He has had a shitty life, but he is clearly beyond your means and abilities. It's sad, but it has to be done for your sanity and quality of life. And then someone replies saying, seconded. Things don't work out. I feel like OP and Mrs. OP were rushed into this decision. This kid was born addicted to whatever the fuck his biological mom was on, and now you have the deranged juvenile running your house. Has OP talked to wife about giving him back? Then someone replies saying thirded. Might even be good for the child. If it's clearly not working out here, perhaps he can have a chance with someone else. And then someone else says, when you said reactive attachment disorder, I knew you were effed. That is one thing that is just going to totally psychologically destroy a person for life. You see, plenty of adults that have ADHD and high functioning autism make it and do fine in life, but I have never heard of a story of someone with reactive attachment disorder being anything other than a complete psychological disaster. The main stories I have heard are of severely neglected children from Russian orphanages who are complete demon children. I hate to say this, but he will probably get violent towards you at some point. And that is kind of the general consensus. Everybody is saying he's kind of a lost cause, especially for the OP and Mrs. OP here, because I think it's just they're in over their heads. They can't, not fix, but they can't help someone like this. They just aren't a specialist at all. And this kid was just given to him at this state, and it's kind of hard to fix that for just adopted parents. And the OP has made no new updates on the profile or on the OP's profile, so we don't know what happened. But everybody in the comments was being very, very honest and very, very grim. They're saying that they can't really help him, and he seems to be a lost cause almost, and to just give him back to the state. And I'm really curious to hear what you guys think about this one. If you guys have any thoughts, please drop them down below. I'm curious to hear if you guys think these Reddit comments are being too harsh or if they're being honest and there really is no fixing Nate. But hopefully Nate's doing better now. Hopefully the OP and the OP's wife is doing better now. And I'm just really curious what happened with this situation, but we have received no updates. I'm waiting for my brother to either commit S-word or get his life together. Today, my younger brother turned 21. No party, no celebration. He refused to read his birthday card from our grandma. He did not even want to blow out the candles on his cake. Ever since I was about 12, I knew my parents were failing him. He was a hyperactive kid, so they pumped him full of ADHD medication, which gave him insomnia and anxiety. So they put him on anxiety meds and sleeping pills, which made him depressed. So they put him on antidepressants, all before age 10. He was given a computer at a young age and was completely addicted immediately. My parents set no boundaries in terms of usage, so he would play all day, every day, sometimes late into the night before school. As you can imagine, this resulted in him becoming antisocial, ruined his grades, and prevented him from participating in any meaningful activities like sports or clubs. I would get into screaming matches with my mother over the fact that she needed to take the computer away from him. Then our other family members started expressing concern. Then teachers. Our parents did nothing. Later, he was diagnosed with celiac disease, which explained his difficulty concentrating and other problems he had been experiencing. My parents provided him with gluten-free food for about 6 months before giving up. It was all too hard. Pathetic, I know. So he has now been eating gluten as a known celiac for the past 6 years. I've had a million discussions with him and my family about how much damage this causes, and they pretend to care but are too lazy to do anything about it. I tried providing education. I tried giving meal ideas and grocery lists. I tried cooking gluten-free meals for the family. They do not change. As I became an adult, I would speak to other family members and family friends who agreed that what my parents were doing was wrong. They would agree that he needed the computer taken away, that he needed to be disciplined, and that he needed to stop eating gluten. At that point, so much damage had been done, and he ended up dropping out of high school 8 months from graduation. His reason? Our mother couldn't drive him, and he didn't like walking to school. My brother is not an idiot. My parents are both well-educated and intelligent people. Why they have made these choices, I can only assume, is to avoid temporary discomfort. He has been to so many psychologists and nothing has helped. One psych refused to continue seeing him because he was refusing to accept help. Over the years, he had expressed how depressed he is, but seems to have no desire to be helped. He has threatened S-word a dozen times, but never acted on it. When he does this, I urge my parents to take him to the hospital, to call an ambulance, but then he is suddenly all better. He uses S-word as a threat to get what he wants for them, and they don't see it. I know the way I'm thinking might sound extremely harsh, but truly, I feel at this point he either does a complete 360 or simply commits S-word. Sadly, the latter is more likely to happen. I have exhausted all my options. He is unemployed and will not apply for jobs. He does not want to try any new hobbies. He refuses to volunteer anywhere. He knows that I'm here for him whenever he needs, but he does not want help. At the end of the day, there's nothing left I can do unless he chooses to help himself. We have both dealt the same cards in life. I have not been exempt from problems in my life. I have had low points. Arguably, I have faced far greater challenges than him, but I have made the best of what I have. I have helped myself. He has decided this life for himself. In the past year, I have had to stop trying and simply let go as other priorities in my life take over. I'm currently working full-time and saving for a house deposit with my partner. We plan on getting married and having children as soon as financially possible. Once I have children, they will be my top priority. I fear that when our parents eventually pass away, I will be the only person left in his life. At that point, I will not be able to help him. I just had to confess the way I feel. I know it is horrible, but it is the most realistic conclusion to this problem. Tell me I'm an asshole. Tell me there's something I can do. And then the OP makes an edit saying, I do not live with my family anymore. For the people saying I don't understand ADHD, I also have it but was diagnosed later in life, as is typical for most girls. It wasn't picked up when I was young. I have also suffered with severe depression and S-word thoughts, but have chosen to reach out for help and work on developing healthy coping mechanisms. I don't want to provide too many details about myself because I wanted my brother to be the focus on the post, but thought this would provide some more context. And now let's get into some Redditors' thoughts and get into the comments on this post. Someone says, your parents completely failed him, but this isn't on you to fix. You've been trying to help for years, but you can't make someone change that doesn't want to change. And I do agree with that. I mean, you can help someone or try to help someone as much as possible, but some people just don't accept help. And it's horrible because you might want the best for them, but they just can't accept it for whatever reason. Another commenter says, at this point, you're just going to have a million people here telling you you're in the wrong because of his age or his ADHD or their own projections based on non-related things they felt as kids. But ultimately, just do the best you can. If he doesn't want help, don't stress yourself out too much trying to give him it though. Some people are just set on failing in this world. It's like that old phrase, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Good luck. And then a commenter replies to this saying, agree. My little brother was almost exactly the same as this kid. The real problem was the more people pressured him, the harder he dug his heels in. I started coming over and bringing him some new clothes from Walmart. I'd asked if he wanted to hang out, and if he said no, then okay, see you later. He didn't leave the house for years. I genuinely thought he might murder S-word my mom for a while it was so bad. One day he said yes. We got Mexican food and I told him about my job. He said, sounds boring. And I'm like, yeah, bro, but it makes me afford cool shit and I kind of like it. This was a major turning point for him. Now he has a great job. His coworkers adore him. He seems genuinely happy and he has more friends than I do. No one ever believes it's been such a wild 180. I do think he's a little autistic, but the only evidence I have is the lack of identifying sarcasm and his way to logical attitude for literally everything. And yeah, I think that one poster said it perfectly. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And I just have to feel bad for the OP, because the OP genuinely seems to want to help their brother. But, you know, it's either a mix of the parents not trying to help ever since a young age, and now it's kind of a lost cause. But as the reply to that comment said, he says, my brother was the exact same, and he did a 180 and he's all good now. So hopefully the OP doesn't give up on her brother just yet, and he can make a 180 and improve his life. But, you know, we haven't heard any updates since then. This was posted about a year ago. So hopefully the OP is doing better now, and the OP's brother is doing now. I've lost $200,000 in the past 3 years gambling. I, 25 male, have a serious gambling problem, and I'm not sure who to go to anymore. It all started in the middle of COVID with $25 here and there, betting on sports and playing blackjack for fun. Never really was a big issue, never betting more than I could handle. I have a great job. I have a great job that pays me $100,000 a year. I still live at home and pay the little necessities like rent and bills. In 2022, it got bad. I lost about $80,000 without anybody knowing my entire life savings was gone. I called 1-800-GAMBLER, got myself banned from my respective state from all casinos and online, and even told my mother about it. I was doing good for about 3 months, and then 2023 hit, and I found this app where I could bet cryptocurrency. So I started there, entering in $500 here and there. I want help. I know I need help, and I get into these moods where I just can't stop even though I know it's bad. I can't help myself. I've been through all the swings. The gamblers have the winnings and the losings. I'm unaware of what to do and where to go. I lost it all last night. I've been up all night thinking about it. I feel lost and very tired. And I just thought this was a very important confession to add, because gambling is horrible, and it is even worse in the modern day. I mean, I'm sure you see a lot of YouTubers promoting it and taking a sponsor from gambling companies, and every single ad on YouTube is basically a gambling company nowadays, it feels like. But gambling truly is such a slippery slope, and you just don't win no matter what. Because if you gamble for the first time and you win, great, you're going to want to gamble again, and then you'll eventually lose. And then if you lose, you know, you're going to want to win that back, and then you can keep losing. And it's just that's just obvious gambling, but it's just not a risk you want to take. Even the first time can get you hooked, and it's just a very slippery slope of losing all your money. And it's hard enough to keep money nowadays, let alone just throwing it into the void of the gambling universe or whatever. The gambling gods taking it from you. But yeah, just very rough story, and I can only feel for the OP losing his life savings. I mean, I can't even imagine trying to rebound from that, and to have the motivation to continue working or continue doing anything in life knowing you lost like tens and tens of thousands of dollars. God, it's just so sad. And let's get into some comments. Someone says, normally posts like this make me want to mind my own business. First things first, the money gambled is gone. You know this place. You know it's your bones. The door with incredibly steep stairs is a choice you could take, my friend, and you should take it. Realize that not only do you have the privilege to have had the fun you've had for so long, but you also have the luxury of being able to bounce back. Having not affected anyone but yourself for the most part, learn and grow. Perfection is enemy of progress, and you've never going to have a streak that will resurrect the pain from you. Gambling is a demon that will rob you of the person you were meant to be. Many of us have been here, and you will bounce back and beat this. Turn the page, leave it behind, and take what you've learned and use it to be fucking amazing. Edit. Oh yeah, get some sleep. Lord, what a difference a day makes. And then the OP responds saying, thank you so much, kind stranger. I'm going to make this post my homepage on my phone. And it's been about a year since the OP posted this with no further updates, so I can only hope the OP has gotten better, rebounded, and bounced back the best he could. I was very successful as a child, but I lost it all and now I have nothing. When I was 14, I was a pretty big YouTuber. I had around 1.8 million subscribers. My channel was blowing up and I was making a lot of money. Some months over $50,000. It was my dream and I was actually living it. I made tons of close friends from YouTube. I was well known in the game I played. And for the first time in my life, I was genuinely happy. But the thing is, I never really saw the money. My narcissistic mom was in control of it all. She told me I was too young to have a bank account and that she'd take care of it for me. She gave me around $1,000 a month, which, yeah, sounds like a lot for a 14-year-old, but when you're making 50 times that, turns out instead of saving it for my future like she promised, she was spending most of it. When I turned 15, things started falling apart. My mental health completely deteriorated. I developed anorexia and ended up hospitalized. My channel became impossible to keep up with. I stopped posting for almost a year, and everything I built just started to disappear. Then, when I finally wanted to come back, I made a stupid decision that basically ruined any chance of reviving my channel. I tried downloading Adobe software for free. Yeah, dumb, I know. I got hacked and the hacker posted some graphic content on my channel. I got permanently banned. And instead of contacting YouTube right away, I just gave up. I was so mentally checked out that I didn't even care at the time and told myself I would deal with it later. When I finally tried to appeal months later, YouTube denied me. I tried everything I possibly could to get my channel back and nothing worked. My mom had spent most of my money, but she left me around $100,000. I had to literally beg her for over a year to give it to me. But like an idiot, I blew it. Car, addictions, very bad decisions. It turns out my mom was right all along. When I was 19, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and started drinking a lot. Now I'm in my 20s, completely broke, completely alone, and I feel like a fucking loser. I know I'm stupid. I know I made horrible choices, but please don't judge me too harshly. I wasn't in my right mind, and at the time, I didn't care about my future because I wished I was dead. I couldn't see past the moment I was in, and I just let everything fall apart. I think about my past a lot. How much potential I had. How I literally had it all at 14, and how I just let it slip away. I don't know how to move on from it. I peaked as a teenager, and now I have nothing. If anyone's ever recovered from throwing their life away, I'd really love to hear now. Because right now, I don't see a way forward. And now let's get into some comments. Someone says, if you could be that successful at 14, you can do it again in your 20s. Use your life story in an interesting, compelling, and positive way. I agree with that. Someone else says, hi OP, I had 7 million followers on my channel. Got hacked, too, I'm from Philippines, and I thought my life was over. But I didn't give up. I moved on, graduated college, and continued with my life. Yes, we had some good followers before, but life goes on. It doesn't stop just because we lost that channel. I have my own family now, and also started my channel from the 0 followers to almost 4 million followers right now. I also bought multiple properties because of that channel. Had 500 million plus views last year, 2024. I created my channel when I was 16, got hacked when I was 19. I'm now 26 years old. It was tough to deal with, for real, but promise it will be worth it. Just keep going. And yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of the comments say. Just keep going. You can turn it around. It can get better. And I have to agree. I mean, I have a channel that's pretty successful, but I haven't gone through anything of what the OP is mentioning with her mother stealing all the money. I mean, I can't imagine. That's so tragic. And I just hope the OP can learn and move on. It's very unfortunate the OP blew the $100,000 because that could have been a great starting point for starting another business or just investing it or just saving it or as a great, emergency fund or whatever. But it's unfortunate she blew it. And I just have to say, get up, keep going, keep moving on, because 20 is still very young and you have a lot of life to live. You don't need to give up now, and you didn't peak at 14. Your peak is still in the future. On to the next one. I hit rock bottom last night after years of gambling. I really need to get this off my chest and hear from others who've been through it. Hey everyone, I'm 22 years old and I've been gambling since I was 18. I've never really told anyone the full story, but after what happened last night, I feel like I finally hit my breaking point. It all started when I first went to the casino with my friends at 18. I put down $50 and somehow walked out with $1,000. The next day, I did the same thing, another $50 and $1,000 on roulette. At that age, that kind of win felt unreal. I got hooked. For a while, it didn't seem that bad. I'd go maybe once every week or two with my mates, only spending around $50 each time. I was working at a Korean barbecue place, so I always had a bit of spare cash to play with, but over the years, it started to spiral. When I was 19, I got into sports betting, and that's when things got really bad. I lost every single dollar I'd saved for a trip to Asia. The trip was only a few months away, and I had to pick up another job just to make sure I didn't disappoint my girlfriend. That guilt and stress nearly broke me. I told myself I'd learned my lesson, and for a while, I stopped. I went a few months clean and built my savings back up around $6,000, but, of course, the moment I felt safe again, I went back. I started winning again at first, and that false sense of control came flooding back in. Then, last night happened. I lost everything. Around $14,000. That was all the money I had saved. I work in support work now, and I'm at a point where I barely have enough left for fuel. I'm so depressed and full of regret. I keep replaying every moment, wishing I could go back and make different choices. What makes it even harder is pretending everything's okay. Having to smile in front of my girlfriend when all I feel is guilt and shame. Trying to hang out with friends and act like I'm fine when deep down, I feel completely empty. It's exhausting trying to keep up with the act when all I want to do is disappear for a while. I know I'm still young and that I can rebuild, but right now, it just feels unbearable. I don't want to hide anymore. I don't want to keep living in this cycle of losing, rebuilding, and destroying myself again. If anyone out there has gone through something similar, how did you recover? How did you rebuild your finances and your mental health after hitting rock bottom? Any advice or even just hearing your stories would mean a lot right now. Thanks for reading. And now let's get into some comments. Someone says, one of the worst addictions, brother. My father, rest his soul, was a huge gambler for most of his life. Good man, bad habit. Very bad. He kicked it when he was around 60 but died at 65. The amount of shit that he went through and put my family through. Sheesh, you wouldn't believe it. Just stop gambling. And go to Gamblers Anonymous if you need to. It helped Pop. Someone else comments saying, since almost nobody here is giving you actual advice, let me do it. You lost $14,000, which is a lot of money. It's so much money that you feel like you hit rock bottom and probably feel a lot of sadness, anger, guilt, and shame towards yourself in this whole situation. You can't undo the damage that you've done to your own mental health and financial situation, but here's what you can do. Learn from it. It's the least you can do, and here's how. Number one, start sharing. Start talking about what happened with people you trust with your life, parents, girlfriends, siblings, close friends. This will help you with your mental health and clarity, which you need to start rebuilding. And that's what I always say in these videos. Whenever you guys comment or email me with confessions or, you're struggling with something, I always tell you guys, please talk to somebody because it does make it better. And then the commenter says, number two, look for professional help. You're an addict and you need to protect yourself from yourself. This is not something an addict can do by themselves, so you need help and guidance. You don't have to do this by yourself, and realizing that will make you feel so much lighter. Number three, start financial rebuilding. Financial stress is horrible. Once you start saving money again, you'll feel proud and happy. It's a present and it means you're back on track. Go to meetings and keep talking to your loved ones, especially when you feel some kind of urge. Make yourself proud. Stop surviving and start living. And then the final comment I'll read, someone else says, nobody wins at gambling, bro. Nobody. And I just have to agree and emphasize that last tidbit. Nobody wins in gambling. You just can't win. You're just chasing a win that doesn't really exist. And if it does, it exists for 0.000000001% of people, and even they lose. So just not even worth starting. And if you, anyone watching, are dealing with gambling issues, please seek help. And also, I just have to advise against gambling. It's never been easier to gamble. Back in the day, you'd have to go to a casino or go to a different state to gamble. But now it's as easy as pulling out your phone and gambling on this or that or the other thing. And I think it's truly terrible and a horrible addiction that a lot of people are suffering with right now. So if you are watching and going through gambling addiction, please seek help. It's not worth it. You will only lose. It's just a slippery slope. And I wish you all the best if you are suffering with gambling addiction. I took some Benadryl and it has forever completely changed me. I should have known I'd end up here. What started as a way to sleep a little easier turned into something that's taken over my life. I started taking Benadryl a while ago just to help knock me out. But over time, it stopped being about sleep. I started taking more and more. I liked the way it made everything feel distant, like I could turn off my brain. I've talked about it before, as some of you have read. I told myself I was in control, that I could stop whenever I wanted, but that was a lie. I've been hospitalized now. My body couldn't keep up with what I was doing to it. I was hallucinating, disoriented, a shell of myself, hearing my dead mother, seeing the Hat Man, feeling trapped in my own skin. The doctors told me I was lucky to even make it in. Lucky. That word feels weird when you're strapped to a hospital bed, wondering what the hell you've done to yourself. Even now, even after everything, there's still this part of me that wants to go back to it. It scares the hell out of me. I feel like I've rewired my brain and now I can't find the way back to normal. I don't even remember what normal feels like. I have no one to talk to. Maybe just to get it off my chest. Maybe because I feel like I'm screaming into a void and hoping someone hears me. I don't want to be this person. I want out. I can't keep going like this. I have seen things I can't explain and things I don't know how to explain, like smells, creatures, and I felt like I've been floating in a world beyond my understanding. And now let's get into the comments. Someone says, it's a nightmare drug, and at least one user from this sub died this year. You need to stop now. It's a delirium. It's not fun. It's only addictive and highly dangerous, and the trips sound awful. Please seek help. And then someone comments saying, well, I'm glad Benadryl makes me feel itchy, so I stay away from it. And then some people share their stories. Someone else says, long-term Benadryl use has been linked to dementia in old age. So I'm glad you're getting some help with this. Please stay safe. Best of luck to you. And then a lot of the other comments share their own stories with Benadryl and how it's destroyed their life. And I have some unfortunate news, I think, because I went to the OP's profile and the OP made one final post about 7 months ago. And the post simply reads, I'm not going to make it. I'm sorry, everyone. And yeah, I just saw that final post and I don't know, it just shook me. Because I don't think the OP made it. And the OP only made the post of the I took some Benadryl and it has forever completely changed me, responded to some comments, and then made that final post about a month later from that post that we just read. and saying, I'm not going to make it. I'm sorry, everyone, with one upvote. And yeah, I know I said it, but it just shook me because I don't think the OP did make it. I don't know why the OP would lie. Obviously, this didn't get attention. And I think that's what makes this feel so much more eerie and sad and depressing, because the OP saying, I'm not going to make it, I'm sorry, everyone, got one upvote. Nobody saw it. Like, it feels like he's speaking directly to me or to everyone watching, you know? Yeah, very eerie and very sad. And I hope the OP said this for whatever reason. Hopefully the OP was just in a state of delirium and said it, and it wasn't truly his last post before he passed, but who knows? This is the last we've ever heard from the OP, and I can only wish the OP the best and hope he's still around. But yeah, this one really, really shook me. I'm having an affair on my wife. 10 months ago, I made the worst decision of my life. I decided to be a stay-at-home dad. Don't get me wrong, I love my daughter and I love being with her, but it has completely ruined my relationship with my wife. I can't fully explain my wife's shift in demeanor towards me, but it's like she has lost all respect for me as a man. We've only had intimate time one time since our daughter was born, because she always says that she's not in the mood. We've been together for the better part of a decade, and she's never acted this way towards me. Even while she was pregnant, she didn't treat me this way. I've tried to talk to her about it, but she just says that she can't change how she feels. For these reasons, I've been feeling pretty emasculated. So as the title says, I've been having an affair. The woman I'm having an affair with is one of the moms in my Mommy and Me group. I've known her for, 6 to 7 months now. But we've only been doing this for about a month. I honestly don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I don't know where I'm going to go from here. All I know is that she makes me feel respected and makes me feel good in a way that my wife doesn't anymore. I want the relationship between my wife and I to return to what it was previously. But even if I went back to work and she started treating me with respect again, I don't know if we could ever go back. And now let's get into some top comments. Someone says, people here are trying to get to the root cause of the issues you and your wife are having. No one is pointing out that you are having relations with another man's partner that has just started their own family. Dude, this is so wrong. So wrong. You're destroying yours and another family. Stop it. Also, stop blaming your wife for your decisions. She makes you feel emasculated. You don't cheat on her to start feeling like a man again. You talk or go to therapy. Then if all else fails, you leave. From one man to another, don't do this. It is shitty. It makes us look bad. Act like a real man and stop whining and get out there and do something about it. Something that preferably doesn't destroy another family. And I can't help but agree with the commenter here, because yeah, he's not only destroying his own family, but also someone else's new family. I mean, that can really cause a lot of damage that is very avoidable. And then I went to the OP's profile and saw that he made an update on the situation. And the title is, Update, I'm having an affair with my wife. I made this post sometime in February. A couple of weeks after that I came clean to my wife about what I was doing. It was difficult, but we eventually worked it out. I immediately ended my relationship with the other woman. We went to counseling for a while. I went back to work and I suggested that our daughter go into care, but my wife insisted on taking care of her. The counselor was actually really helpful. I expected her to just tell me that I was the only one in the wrong, but she was actually fairly understanding of what both my wife and I needed. Anyway, since then, we've been doing much better. We have intimacy on a regular basis. We've been going on dates, and we found out last week that she's pregnant again, which we're both really happy about. We're obviously going to handle it very different this time. She's still staying at home with her daughter, and she will be staying at home with this child too. When I made the last post, things were looking pretty bad, and I really didn't think that we'd recover. But for the last 6 months, things have been back to how they were before I was a stay-at-home dad, better even. And I mean, that's a great update post, because I feel like we get a lot of sad posts in these confession videos, and this one had a bright end and a good ending. So that's great, and a good testament to how, if anyone watching is going through something like that, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel, and you can get through anything. I'm dying. I have to talk about it to someone. I can't keep the secret anymore. I have cancer. Brain cancer. Discovered way too late to do something about it. In a month, I'll probably be gone. I just said to my friends that I'm going to my family for a month. Too bad I'm not coming back. I don't want them to see me die. I had the dream of becoming an actor. Now it's a little too late for that. Don't take your life for granted. One day you might find out that it'll be way shorter than you imagine. I don't want to be treated like a victim. I just wanted to take everything I had weighing on my stomach and throw it all out. Edit. Wow, thank you all so much for the support. It means a lot to me. You guys are fantastic. Edit 2. I read all of your comments, and it warms my heart like nothing else. Sorry if I don't answer, but you guys are so much that it would be impossible. Still, thanks again. Love you all. I want to say something to you. Throughout the day, ask yourself, if I die right now, would I be happy with what I did in my life? If the answer is yes, then keep doing what you're doing. If the answer is no, then something has to change. I hope this helps. Live life to the fullest. And unfortunately, this post was posted 9 years ago, so we can only assume that the OP has long since passed, but I hope the OP had a great final time living, and had a great last few months or last month with his family and friends, hopefully. And I think that ending sentence was so impactful. Live life to the fullest, and if you aren't happy with what you're doing now, make a change, because you never know when, this life might end for you. And yeah, let's get into some comments. Someone says, fuck. I know I'm just a stranger on the internet, and my words maybe won't mean much to you, but I think telling your friends about your situation is something you should do, because when they get the notice unexpectedly, they will feel bad for not doing something before. You should thank them for the time you have spent with them and everything they have done for you. I know it is cliche, but if you have something you regret not doing before, now is the time. I truly hope you spend your last days living, not dying. If you want to talk or anything, just PM me. And yeah, I agree. I don't think he should keep it from his friends, because then they might regret it, because, people just assume you're going to be around for longer, and they're going to be like, no, I'm not going to see you, or I'm not going to hang out. You're still going to be around, and then you suddenly die, and they will live their life and regret not going to see you. And yeah, just a super sad post. And all the comments are extremely supportive, but I just hope that the OP is, in a better place now and doing the best he can and wherever he is. But extremely sad post and very, very impactful. I got into drugs and then a hard downward spiral. Some effects suck. Long read, but I gotta get it off my chest. It started in high school when I loved smoking Zaza. I also discovered adult videos around then and would smoke and watch it. In college, Zaza started giving me bad anxiety, worrying about dumb things, so I stopped. I lived in a European country for 6 months for an internship and discovered the booger sugar. I was hooked. I went broke on booger sugar and booze. Almost cost me my internship. When I got back to the States, I found hookup, and it was shitty, so I eventually quit it. A few years later, I was the manager at a restaurant, and one of the other managers was a mule of sorts. He would hide bricks of fish scale colored booger sugar in the ceiling tile in the bathroom until someone came to pick it up. I got a discount on this stuff, and I was back to using. This time, it was daily, all day. I would get off work around 10, then go to the gym and do some booger sugar in the bathroom and work out for a couple hours. Well, one day the plug dried up, so I went to another worker who knew a guy. I did this stuff at home and it wrecked my nose. Painful. I went to the bar with the other manager who mentioned it had ice in it. He had used it too. I knew it was bad, but the way it made me feel was so different. Crystal clear vision, everything so bright. I felt so energetic and productive. Eventually, I stopped bothering with the cut stuff and got crystal straight up from one of the line cooks. And then he goes into explicit detail of what he did. I can't say it, but he really started to enjoy it. And then he says, I started getting reclusive, staying in my house by myself most days I was off, watching really weird, nasty adult videos. One day, I started seeing what looked like gas vapors, distortion coming from my outlet. I started staring at my outlets in my house for hours. I was getting super paranoid, thinking I had gas leaks in my outlets, constantly looking out my windows for I have no idea what. I started seeing shadows in the corners of my vision. Eventually, I ended up losing my job. After crying about being a failure, I went to the place where the girl I was quasi-dating works. She was often alone. I confessed to the drug spiral, and she completely disowned me. Said she was disgusted and to get out. I went to a bar and got destroyed. Alcohol poisoning levels. I stopped the hard stuff cold turkey the next day and started applying for a very different type of job. I ended up getting one, and now I'm decently successful at it. I have a loving wife and a child and a good home, but every now and then I get flashbacks of the sharp sting in my nostrils, and it makes me want to vomit. I still occasionally look at the outlets to see if they're leaking. I have no desire to touch the stuff, but I really want those memories to go away. And now, at this point in this video, this story is once again a great reminder that addiction is a slippery slope, and what might start as an innocent addiction to one thing or an innocent pastime can then spiral and ruin your life and ruin your health and everything. So just another great reminder. And let's get into some comments. Someone says, the memories are important. If you didn't have them, you wouldn't know not to go there. It sounds like you are adventurous and like to figure out life for yourself, and even more so when you were young. Just take them as a chapter in your life. Been there, done that, don't need to go back. Also, at least now you'll be on top of it if there's an electrical fire. And then the OP responds saying, I tried to remind myself that the memories of how horrid it was is what's keeping me on track. I still like to drink, but I'll keep that as my vice as it's under control. The electrical fire comment got me laughing. And yeah, everyone just collectively says, I'm glad he made it to the other side. I'm glad the addiction didn't get you, because for a lot of people, once you get to that hard stuff, it is very, very hard to get out and turn your life around. But it sounds like he's doing great now. I hope the OP is doing well. He's still active on his profile, so hopefully he's doing well. If you see this video, reach out, and I hope you're doing well. And yeah, just anyone watching, I hope this is a good reminder to keep control of your addictions and be very, very careful of what you let into your life. I once played pedestrian chicken while driving back when I used to be a drug addict. I've been clean from pills for over 3 years now. However, at the peak of my addiction, about 6 or 7 years ago, I would mix heavy doses of multiple pills combined with alcohol and Zaza, then go out driving. One time, I was messed up driving around with my friend, and I started purposefully veering towards pedestrians, like families pushing prams, old couples, runners, etc., walking on the footpath. And then at the last moment, when I got real close, I would quickly turn away and straighten up in the lane. I guess the intention was to freak them out and get a reaction, which of course it did. I remember doing it maybe 3 or 4 times that day. My friend's reaction was complete shock, and I guess in my state I found that amusing. Could have easily lost control in my drugged up state and crippled someone for life or killed them. I can't ask anyone for forgiveness, seeing as I'm not religious, but damn, do I feel like a piece of shit when I reflect on this sometimes. I can't forgive myself. Anyway, after many DUIs and car crashes and narrowly escaping death numerous times, I eventually went to rehab, sobered up, and no longer own a car or drive. I am so lucky to escape having caused no lasting injury to anyone, including myself. Still, when I'm alone with my thoughts, the day I played Russian roulette with other people's lives, just for kicks, will always return to haunt me. I smoked crystal, and it was the most terrifying experience of my life. It was about 8 days ago, and today is the first day I felt somewhat normal enough to make a post like this. I need to talk to someone about it, but the earliest therapy appointment I could book was on February 5th, and I don't want to talk to family about this, nor do I want to put it on Facebook. Anyway, it started with drinking alcohol, the real gateway drug, and a penchant for putting myself in precarious situations. So, last weekend, after drinking at my friend's house, I was going to hop on the bus and go home. But on the way back, I ended up getting into a conversation with these homeless people. My inhibitions and guard were lowered, so I ended up going back to their tent with them and hanging out for a while. I've been homeless in the past, so this, along with being really drunk, made this situation seem a lot more normal than it really was. They asked if I wanted to smoke some clear, and I impulsively said yes. Of course, I was paying. When we got back in the tent and the crystal was in the pipe, we smoked it, and I smoked probably way more than a first-time user would usually smoke. Besides 2 or 3 hours of feeling pretty nice, the whole thing was fucking horrific. First things first, I was hot as fuck, and the foulest, most unnatural sweaty smell was emanating from my body. But no matter how much deodorant or soap I used, nothing could make me smell better. Secondly, the feeling never seemed to ever wear off. And I don't mean in a good way. The fun part is over very quickly. After that, you become like a rat in a cage, just a slave to your impulses and what the crystal does to you. And the amount I smoked kept me up for over 3 days, and I was actually trying to go to bed. I took Tylenol PM and everything. I spent the first 12 hours with an insanely unnatural, intimate drive, and I even hired a lady of the night to be with, but I was tweaking too hard to even calm down, and I couldn't get bricked. So I ended up just getting a hotel and snooking it a lot. But I couldn't even enjoy that because that's when the psychosis kicked in. By this point, I hadn't really slept, so I started having auditory and visual hallucinations, like hearing sirens and imagining that there were people outside my hotel window. I probably spent like 12 hours peeking out of the window blinds, looking for cops or people who might be coming to kill me. And people, I shit you not, this is not like weed paranoia or any other kind of hallucinations you've ever had. I literally thought there were people outside my window. I even called the hotel front desk twice to ask them to tell the people to stop gathering outside my window. And I felt so fucking dumb and confused when the guy came out and checked and told me there were no people there. That was more or less the story of the next couple of days. I was feeling progressively worse and worse, and just wanting more than anything to no longer have crystal in my system. But the paranoia and hallucinations were still going strong. I was tweaking and jerking my head around every time I thought I heard a siren or someone walking behind me, and probably looked crazy as fuck to people on the street. It got to the point where I was losing touch with reality, and I had no clue if I was imagining conversations or if they were really happening. I kept hoping that it wasn't permanent and that it would be okay after the crystal wore off. Luckily, that seems to be the case. I do feel a little weird still, but I think part of that is just being really shaken by the experience. After 3 days of everyone looking at me like I was a monster, smelling like unnatural demon sweat, and almost losing my mind, I was finally able to get some sleep. And it took me about 4 days to finally start to feel better. I am entering outpatient rehab next week because if I hadn't been drinking so much, I wouldn't have gotten in such a horrible situation in the first place. Crystal was the most terrifying thing I have ever experienced. But if the experience helps me live a life free of alcohol and other drugs, then I guess it was a good thing in the long run. I bullied my brother to the point his own life. And that is just how the title reads. It's a little bit wonky. I don't know why, but let's get into the post. Hello. This is a little hard to type out, but I feel I must tell someone about what I've done years ago. This whole entire thing took years to even develop before he couldn't take it anymore. I used to be an only child until my little brother came along. I think the main reasons I've even bullied him was because I was jealous how much attention he was receiving from my parents. It started off as normal siblings. We would be kind to each other, play with each other, but eventually I grew to hate him about 4 years after he was born. We would always fight, hit each other. Obviously, every time I hit him, he would cry, but that never stopped me from doing so. Despite getting shouted at by parents that would only fuel my anger with him, I was always a troublemaker at school. Would start fights with other kids, using lame insults that would make the kids upset. I never knew to contain my anger. Now back to my brother. While he was in grades 7 through 10, I would always shit talk him, despite him always being kind to me, wanting to hang out with me. Yet I always turned him down and insulted him. Even with his schooling, he would be a straight A student. I would still talk down on him about how stupid he is, why is he even alive, how spoiled he is. No matter what he did, it would always piss me off in some way or another. He was a very kind brother. Despite how he would sometimes mimic some of the bad stuff he'd see online, all he needed was to be guided properly. By an older brother, he never got. Instead, he would be physically and verbally abused by his older brother, not knowing exactly why. But before he could even get the chance to graduate high school and go to college, he ended up committing S-word. Family and friends never knew why, but obviously I did. It never sunk in what I caused until a month after, when we were at his funeral. Years has passed since the incident, and I still cry thinking about the way I treated him. It pains me very much to even type this out. Always frustrated at what I've done in the past. Took away a life of a wonderful little brother. Took away his future before we even became proper siblings. I'll never see him grow up anymore, nor will anything I do atone for my actions. I will carry this burden that I've brought upon myself until the day I die. I'm sorry for what I've done. I've straightened up my life, never resorting to violence with other people or doing anything horrible to others. Will live the rest of my life being an honest and kind person, someone that my brother could have looked up to. Thank you for reading. And man, that is just so sad. These posts in today's video are just crazy. But let's get into some top comments. Someone says, "You were his burden in life. Now he will be the burden the rest of yours." And wow, that is a hell of a way to put it. You were his burden in life, and now he will be your burden. Wow. That just really hits hard. And that's just the top comment. That is just, wow, that really hits hard. He put it perfectly. I mean, wow. Someone else says, "I have no words." Someone replies saying, "My thoughts too. I have nothing positive to say, so I'll keep moving." And Jesus Christ, man. What a post. In the final comment I'll read on this post, someone says, "My sister was like you. I still suffer psychologically every single day. It took her moving across the country for us to get along. This is your punishment. You get to live with what you did." And wow. And this is the only single post on the entirety of the OP's profile. This is the only post, no comments, no anything. And the OP's name is nothing but regrets. Jeez, this post just hit really hard. I mean, that is just such a depressing situation because obviously the OP now has to live with that burden that he bullied his brother to death, really. And his brother is now no longer living and can no longer live the life he could have lived. And yeah, That is just so shocking and so sad. Such a sad situation. I tricked mentally ill and poor people into doing degrading stuff on camera. Exactly as the title says. A couple of years ago, I was heavily into booger sugar. So my friends and I would stay up all night just talking to each other in my apartment for many nights in a row. Most people who have done a lot of drugs know that playing video games and watching movies is really not that fun to do while doing lines all night. So we started doing a lot of weird things like this instead. One night, for some reason, we started messing with this mentally ill guy who we went to school with on Facebook, who thinks he died when he crashed his car on drugs a couple of years back and got a major psychosis from the incident. The guy now fully believes he is dead and makes these weird Facebook rants, telling people he is seen and talking to angels and demons and that he is dead. One night, we call up the guy, posing as a local newspaper that wants to write an article about him. He and my friend had the strangest conversation ever. He kept the conversation going for almost 2 hours, while I recorded for the whole thing as an MP3 on my phone. The next day, I presented the clip to all of my friends who were totally ecstatic, and we all think it's the funniest thing we've ever heard. We start messing with this guy almost every night after work, writing him as God, making him record weird songs from heaven and hell, making him take weird photos of himself, etc. But after a week of shenanigans, his caretaker or whoever makes him delete his Facebook account because the rants online are getting out of control. After realizing that messing with this guy was funny as shit, but that we could no longer do it, we started looking for new victims. First, we start trolling our local high school's Facebook group, posing as this pair of effed up parents, but are eventually found out and kicked out. Then we start trolling the local vegans selling horse meat and other stuff, but eventually they make the group private and only members they know personally can join. After that, we start trolling all sorts of local groups on Facebook. To join these local groups, you have to have an account that looks somewhat believable. So we would go on these religious boards and make posts praising God. That shit gets a lot of activity. And just start adding people until we had a ton of friends and the account would look somewhat real. The people most active on these religious boards are people from places in Africa that are very poor. And these people are willing to do anything for a couple of bucks. So we will start calling up random strangers that look like they are willing to do anything for money, sending them a bit of cash via Western Union to make them try and do backflips while I record it. That crazy part is that once you send that first dollar, they know that there's more where it's coming from, and you now have your own personal gesture overseas, and they will do literally anything as long as you send them that first bit of cash. So then it became almost like a new addiction for me. I was promising these poor people a big cash prize. Of course, there was no prize if they did what I told them to do on the webcam so I could record it. The most effed up part is that I enjoyed doing it and found it hilarious. I used to only do it with friends so we all could laugh at it together. But later, I often just sat alone, calling/writing these poor people and making them do weird and degrading stuff on webcam. Jeez, man. And now let's get into some top comments. Someone says, "This is definitely a confession. Yikes." And yeah, this is horrible. I missed the birth of my daughter because I was high on H. I stayed away from drugs all throughout my youth, but after college, I started experimenting and I ended up getting addicted to the big H. It completely destroyed my life. I lost my job, my girlfriend, my apartment, pretty much all of my friends, and I spent 2 months living on the street. When I was 25, I joined a support group and I managed to get clean and get my life back together. At almost the exact moment I had been clean for 1 year, I met my wife. I'd been with many women when we met, but from our first date, I knew that I wanted to marry her, and I took the timing as a sign. I proposed to her on our 1 year anniversary and she said yes. We got married 3 months later, and 4 months after that, she fell pregnant. I was excited at first, but after a little while, I began to worry about the responsibility. Once you have a child, you're stuck with the responsibility for life. You can't just quit like you can a job. You can't just move once you get tired of being in the same spot, because you'll completely uproot his or her life and everything he or she knows. What if I fall in love with my child and then she divorces me and gets full custody? If she has my child and then leaves, she can claim child support and I have virtually no say. She can essentially make me into an indentured servant. If I'm making $80,000 a year and she leaves me, a judge can force me to pay that rate of child support even if I can't find another job that'll pay me that much. And if I don't, then I'll be put in jail. I love her with all my heart, but if she gets bored of me and decides to leave, she can use all of these things against me. Do I really want to risk it? I was pretty scared of the whole thing, but it was happening now and there was no way out. All of the pressure made me just start thinking about doing H again. Maybe if I could just do it one more time, I'd get it out of my system and then I can move forward. It kept bouncing around in my head, and when my wife was almost 5 months pregnant, I did H for the first time in almost 3 years. 2 weeks shy of being 3 years clean. This is the last time, I said. Then later that week, I did it again and I told myself, all right, this really is the last time. Just like that, I was hooked again. She noticed that I was acting weird, but she knew that I was really nervous about having a child, so she gave me space. When she was about 30 weeks pregnant, she went into labor. She had been having contractions most of the night, but her doctor said not to worry. The morning she went into labor, I told her that I was going fishing with my friends, but the truth is that I spent the whole day lying on a mattress in a storage shed high on H. When I woke up, I had 39 missed calls, and I'm not sure how many messages. When I realized what was going on, I cleaned myself up and got down to the hospital as quickly as I could, but I'd missed everything. Her mom and sister were there. My wife was just as happy to see me, but her mom gave me a big lecture about how irresponsible I was. I apologized profusely and lied about my phone being out of range. Our daughter is 14 weeks old now. It's been really difficult, but I haven't done drugs since that day. I don't remember it being this difficult last time. My wife knows that I used to be addicted to H, but she doesn't know that I started using again. I want to tell her that I slipped up, but I don't want her to doubt my ability to take care of our family, and I don't want her to think that I'll be a bad father. And oh my God, that is such a heartbreaking post. So heartbreaking. I can't imagine being the OP, waking up and seeing you missed your daughter's birth. And the reason you missed it was because you were strung out. God, that is just so horrifying. Now let's get into some comments. Someone says, I know it's hard right now, but you really need to find a professional to talk to. We can't go through stuff like this alone. Having a kid is challenging and it's an identity shift for everyone. My wife relapsed a month after we brought our son home after 10 years of sobriety. It wasn't H, but she was sneaking hard liquor. I suspected and she lied to me about it. Not good. The best thing she did for herself and me was to be honest with me and get help. She's much more stable now, and the relapse was a blip on the radar, but she had some serious stuff to process through. Therapy was vital for her healing. Also, your wife has a right to know what's going on with you. Wait until you're getting help, but don't drag your feet. H is no joke, as you know, and it's not safe for you or your baby for your wife to not know about your struggles. Please don't try to tough it out or man up or whatever. You'll feel better with support. And yeah, this is just insane. And it goes for all of you and goes without saying, if you are struggling with addiction, please get help and do not try to do it by yourself. And all right, guys, with that last one, that wraps up some shocking Reddit confession threads. What were your thoughts on today's video? I thought they were, like the title says, shocking. I thought they were pretty depressing and sad, but hopefully you kind of enjoyed the video or learned something or got a moral from some of these stories. I feel like I always learn something from recording these videos and learn that you know, you shouldn't take your life for granted, because at any moment it can end, or you can be diagnosed with something or whatever. And be careful with addiction and all of those things. Thank you so much for watching the video. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I just want to say thank you so much for watching the video. It means the world. Check out some other videos on the channel if you enjoyed this one. And this was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye.